The day the world headed toward its demise, people called it the apocalypse. But to me, it was just a server migration update from the virtual world to reality a few days ago. I'm just an ordinary guy in the bustling crowd if you consider being the #1 player on the world's most massive VR game to be ordinary. For years, I reigned at the very top, breaking every record and sweeping through every dungeon without anyone daring to keep pace until suddenly the server went dark with one notification. An explanation from the publisher of the billion-dollar game that vanished from the world in a single night. I once thought it was a sick joke until the sky truly cracked open 72 hours later. Deep blue scarred space portals appeared everywhere. As the first monster stepped out, humanity screamed, fled, and collapsed in utter despair. Police, the military modern weaponry. Everything became as flimsy as paper. The rules of the game had changed. There were no respawn buttons, no save points, but in return, while billions of people were fumbling, running like headless moths, my brain held the ultimate weapon knowledge. Deep within the hidden A0 dungeon, a battle, an earth-shattering fight was reaching its finale at the altar of doom. The landscape was desolate with rivers of lava glowing. The system announced a 99% completion rate. A violent explosion rocked the entire battlefield, smoke and dust filling the air. Amidst the chaos, a female warrior with blue wings was exhausted. She anxiously wondered, "Damn it, why hasn't he arrived yet at this rate?" But she had no choice. Before her was the hidden boss Ember with 10.5% HP remaining. The giant flame-engulfed monster roared with contempt. "Stupid little bugs, all of you will be annihilated." Immediately after, the boss unleashed its ultimate skill. Countless fireballs engulfed the space. It screamed, "Receive my blazing wrath," facing the destructive attack. The female warrior thought in despair, "It's all over." Struggling to create one final defensive shield, she shouted, "Sanctuary shield," and desperately cried out a name, Nanny. Suddenly, a steady hand appeared blocking the attack. A calm voice rang out, "I already told you. Don't call me Nanny." It was Saito Meiji, level 96, rank 4. He turned back and said firmly, "We have to hold out until he gets here." The female warrior Hitomi Butler, level 97, rank 3, quickly regained her composure. While rushing forward, she said, "We can restrict the enemy's movement for a moment. Be careful." Saito replied, "Understood." Hitomi closed the distance and launched a powerful attack at the monster. She shouted, 3-4, but the boss just laughed eerily, "Coo coo coo." It easily blocked the attack with its shield and mocked them. A futile struggle. Instantly, a barrage of attacks struck, dealing massive damage to the boss. Hitomi was knocked back but managed to signal her teammate, "Now." A figure zoomed in at incredible speed, yelling, "Leave it to me." He unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, dealing a massive amount of damage up to millions of points. It was Nissan Seeker, level 96, rank 5. He smiled confidently. "Finally hit it. This should definitely deal significant damage." But Ember was even faster. It suddenly appeared behind Doan, its voice arrogant, "You dare compare speed with me?" Doan couldn't help but be terrified. "Ha, faster than me," the boss unleashed, an ultimate fatal blow called Godslayer. Doan was hit painfully, gasping, "Burn and paralysis effects. I can't move." Seeing their teammate in danger, Saito and Hitomi screamed in horror, "Doan!" The sanctuary shield shattered into pieces. In the moment of deepest despair, the expressions of all three suddenly turned to joy and relief. They shouted in unison, "He's here." A blonde guy with a flaming sword appeared, blocking Ember's attack. The team breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's here. That guy stood facing the giant boss, his tone terrifyingly calm. "Sorry I'm late. Dealing with your brother was a bit troublesome." The info panel appeared, Kamahata Shizuya, commander, level 98, rank 1. His blue eyes flashed with coldness. "But don't worry, I brought your brother along too. I won't let him go to hell alone." Shizuya and the boss stood opposite each other. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Without another word, the boss lunged forward, swinging its sword and yelling, "Die!" I moved like a whirlwind, continuously unleashing powerful slashes at Ember. Saito hurriedly shouted a warning, "Shizuya, be careful of its flames if you stay near it for more than 3 seconds. You'll be frozen for a second." His teammates looked at him with worried eyes. He calmly replied, "Enough." Shizuya still calmly charged, in his voice full of confidence. 3 seconds is exactly what I need to land the final strike," finishing his sentence in midair. "That's more than enough. We're taking back everything with interest," Shizuya shouted as he unleashed the final slash, a surge of energy. A massive glowing golden lion's head engulfed the boss. Slash, a blinding ray of light cut across space. The power of the attack pierced through everything in its path. The entire body of this boss, Ember, froze. A large hole appeared right in the middle of its chest. It only managed to utter in utter disbelief, Impossible. Then it dissolved into ashes. Amidst the last embers of the boss, Shizuya stood proudly. A system notification appeared. Guild Maple Tofu has defeated Boss Ember in record time. Shizuya silently looked up at the sky in the game, which was gradually changing, signaling the end of a great battle. Doan was still stunned, stuttering, "Killed, killed, just like that." In contrast to him, Hitomi appeared extremely satisfied. "Not worthy of our captain at all." Hitomi crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, "So this was the final boss, pretty average." Doan immediately retorted, "What are you saying? If Shizuya wasn't here, we would have been wiped out." Doan tilted his head proudly, taking credit. "It was all thanks to me risking my life to create the opening, you know." "Yeah." Shizuya just laughed it off. Yeah, thanks a lot." Hitomi looked annoyed. "What's with that shady way of talking?" But meanwhile, Saito quietly observed and thought to himself, beyond top-tier combat skills, his judgment is also far beyond ordinary people. He looked at the spot where the boss had just vanished. Thinking deeper, no, it's not just that. The reason he's the strongest is because he completely understands this game. Saito looks at Shizuya with admiration, explaining to everyone that while it seemed like he beat it easily, it was all thanks to a strategy he thought of on the spot. With his total mastery of the game's systems, this guy is the king of A0. As his teammates chatter away, Shizuya keeps a calm expression. Suddenly, a chime rings, signaling a new notification as an achievement list appears before his eyes. 100 out of 100 achievements, including the most difficult ones, even those only ever achieved by one person. All have been unlocked. He thinks to himself, finally unlocked all the achievements. For me, this game ends here. But then immediately after, a surprise achievement appears, unique, omniscient, and omnipotent. 3 requirements to receive: be the first player across all servers to unlock all other achievements. Shizuya can't help but be surprised. There's an achievement I didn't know about. What is this? A unique achievement. Suddenly, a giant blue pillar of light engulfs the whole team, and an emergency announcement echoes throughout the game world of A0, system automatic update initiated. Service will end in 5 seconds. New content will greet you after maintenance. Doan panics and yells, "Service is ending." He continues to shout in confusion, "A new version," but there was no announcement. "The developers are so irresponsible," Shizuya says quietly, looking pensive as the scene shifts to the real world where gamers are wearing VR headsets. A voice echoes, "In the near future." Our protagonist, Shizuya with his black hair, thinks to himself, "I'm really looking forward to it." The in-game screen goes dark with the final message, "Hope to see you again in 5 days." A high-speed train glides quickly through the modern city under the morning sun. On the news, a female anchor is reporting, "Who would have thought that an online game, as famous and profitable as A0, would suddenly shut down? No plans for a new version, not one explanation for the players, as if it never even existed." On that train, the black-haired guy. Shizuya is in the real world, scrolling through his phone with a puzzled look. "I don't get it." He clenches his fist, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek, his heart full of regret. "I was logged out before I could even see the special effects of that unique achievement." He opens the Mapo Tofu group chat. The other members are chatting excitedly about travel plans completely unrelated to the game's shutdown event. The train's announcement speaker rings out, "Next station is Hamamizu Station. Please pay attention when exiting the train." At the same time, he sends a message to someone, "Arrived at Hamamizu Station. Thanks for letting me get that last achievement before the service ended." The recipient, named Suji, quickly replies, "I'm surprised you'd say thank you." He smirks and types back, "Are you teasing me?" Immediately, another message from a girlfriend pops up, "Look at this," followed by a declaration of war and a link. Curious, he wonders. A declaration of war. He clicks the link. It's a video of a famous female streamer. She speaks seriously, "I have found a crucial clue regarding the shutdown of A0. The guild named Mapo Tofu is very suspicious." She displays a ranking board and points at it. Although they are only second in the achievement ranking, their completion rate is 33.9%, while the top one is 101%. The rankings clearly show the guild Mapo Tofu in first place with a rate of 101%. The streamer looks straight into the camera, her voice full of challenge. "Shouldn't the leader Kamahata Shizuya explain this?" A comment from a viewer pops up. Could it be that the service ended because he achieved the 101st achievement? Hearing that, Shizuya leans back in his seat, his gaze drifting out the window. He mutters to himself with a thoughtful expression. Could it be? Is it really true? Just as those thoughts flash through, a strange feeling hits, causing Shizuya to reach for his neck. He gasps in shock. What the hell is this? His pupils contract in horror, reflecting an unimaginable scene. The train car suddenly crumbles and everyone, including him, is sucked into a blue digital vortex. A violent burst of energy sweeps everything away in an instant. When he regains his senses, Shizuya finds himself in a strange place, and on his hands glowing digital patterns appear. He is stunned. The chaotic scene of the torn-apart train car flashes before him. Suddenly, he finds himself free-falling amidst the debris. A massive energy tears through space, right beside him. Its power is terrifying. He crashes to the ground, clutching his chest. A frightening thought flashes in his mind. The characters from the game. From inside a stone wall, a giant armored monster begins to emerge. They've appeared in the real world. The monster fully manifests, towering in front of the survivors. In another corner, a different army of monsters led by a blue knight also appears, causing a man to scream in fear. What the hell is that? Panic ensues as people shove each other to escape. Move it. You're blocking the way. I'm so scared. Slash. The monster strikes without a second of hesitation, cleaving a man blocking the way. As the man's body falls, a woman standing behind him only has time to cry out in despair. Help! Help me! The girl's eyes are filled with terror as the monster's blade descends. No! Screams and the sounds of slaughter ring out everywhere, turning the station into a living hell. Amidst the bloody scene, Shizuya stands alone facing the monster's giant blade. He grits his teeth, trying to stay calm, wondering what on earth is happening. The monster lunges to attack him. He senses a familiar killing intent. Moreover, what is this familiar feeling? He instinctively dodges the attack. The monster's movement sparks a memory in him. I've seen this technique somewhere. The monster executes a powerful spinning slash. Shizuya slips past the trajectory of the strike by a hair's breadth. A memory from the game comes flooding back. That's his own skill. That's right. He stomps his foot hard on the ground, a movement born of instinct forged over thousands of hours in the game. An image of his in-game character appears and he, using the same skill. He shouted, "Don't back down, move forward." Seemingly realizing something from his movements, the monster stopped and observed him cautiously. Shizuya's eyes flashed with the system's blue light. Yes, he understood it exactly as he thought. Immediately, an information panel appeared before him. Kamahata Shizuya Level 1. Class None. Title Omniscient and Omnipotent. Its info panel appeared Noble Level 35 Commander Class. He thought to himself, what is this technique? I've seen it many times before, Shizuya. He recognized it immediately, a basic skill of the Commander Class. Leon Slash, he called out the name of the skill. He landed on the ground after dodging the monster's strike, which left a long gash on the cliff wall. He looked around, assessing the terrain. It felt strangely familiar, and this place was likely a shortcut to the June dungeon. He recognized a familiar structure in the distance, the June station. The monster roared again and lunged at him, but Shizuya gritted his teeth. Damn it, is it targeting me? I immediately turned and ran, calculating quickly in his head. With a level gap like this, I have no chance of winning in a direct fight. He ran along a narrow path which seemed to be a destroyed railway track. I have no choice but to take a gamble. He stopped and took a stance like in the game, but a chilling thought suddenly flooded his mind. I forgot this is the real world. He continued sprinting as the monster's blade hovered right behind his back. A single small mistake could cost him his life. Even though the situation was hanging by a thread, an excited smile appeared on Shizuya's lips. He thought, but I'm just enjoying myself, right? He watched the sword swing down. The feeling was strangely familiar. He was playing a game after such a long time. Shizuya suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at the oncoming monster with sharp eyes. His blue eyes glowed intensely. Sorry, he apologized, but he was luring the monster toward the giant worm. And right at that moment, the worm lunged with terrifying speed. It swept the monster away. Game over. When the monster was defeated, a series of level-up notifications appeared continuously, taking him from level 1 to level 8 in an instant. He closed his eyes to savor that feeling, the taste of victory. He stood on the cracked ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, my gamble paid off. A memory from the game surfaced back when he and his teammates also used the terrain to win. Terrain-based skills caused me trouble in the game, but they are very effective for hunting higher-level opponents. In the midst of that, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled out his phone. That's right, what about them? He opened the Mapo Tofu group chat. Everyone was panicking, reporting that everywhere was under attack. Reading through the messages, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was safe. But it seemed only Rinkai City was being invaded by the game world. However, the joy didn't last long. A new group of monsters appeared, 3 Shadow Hunters levels, 28, 30, and 32. Another monster has arrived. He looked at his level 8, then looked at the approaching monsters. He understood he couldn't fight them, but first he needed to protect himself. Right at that moment, a notification appeared from where the commander monster was defeated. Item drop detected starting analysis. He looked down. This is the weapon of that commander from earlier. A beautiful blue crystal greatsword appeared before him. The item's info panel popped up. It was a unique certified weapon called Certificate. Level up with extremely powerful stats and skills for the starting level. It can even help the user change classes to commander. Shizuya was stunned by its power. What the hell is this? What are these ridiculous stats? Can you get a treasure like this in the early game? A selection panel appeared, fuse yes, no. Accompanying it was a warning about the Hatred Bounty skill, which would allow the original owner to track him for 7 days. He thought quickly, of course, but Hatred Bounty. Isn't that a player tracking skill to recover stolen items? Why can monsters use it? Before he could decide, a Royal Shadow Archer level 25 appeared and drew its bow aiming straight at him. Whoosh, an energy arrow flew toward him at terrifying speed. There was no time to hesitate. Shizuya shouted in his head and made his choice yes. The sword immediately turned into energy and fused into his right arm. He clenched his fist, his gaze determined. Surviving here right now was the top priority. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared. Unique trait, Omniscient and Omnipotent activated, unlocking all branches of classes and skills for the commander class. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. These are all the commander skills that have been unlocked. Is this the effect of Omniscient and Omnipotent? Brave Flag. Without a second of hesitation, he activated one of the newly unlocked skills. His entire body was enveloped in a blue aura. A Brave Flag skill description panel appeared, a support skill that increases speed defense and maximum HP for allies. He started running blue energy wrapping around his body. First, I need to lose them. An idea flashed in his mind. This is it. The description of the skill, Leon Slash, appeared. Perform a leaping strike can be activated up to 3 times at once. He immediately realized its value, but Leon Slash wasn't just a powerful attack skill. He ran toward the station stairs. It was an excellent movement skill that allowed for triple jumps. He shouted Leon Slash and used the skill to leap up the stairs. In just 3 jumps, wrapped in lightning, the shadow hunters immediately roared and chased after him. Shizuya quickly vanished from their sight as he reached the top of the stairs. He pressed himself against a wall, panting, and listened. Did I lose them? He breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the arm that had fused with the sword. Phew, this thing saved me. Both stats and skills are stronger than in the game. He was secretly amazed as he looked back at the familiar parameter panel. He narrowed his eyes, a thorny problem popped into his head. The problem is with my current hate-tracking skill. I need to get out of this cave before the monsters come back. He carefully moves out of his hiding spot, but he freezes immediately upon seeing a massive army of monsters patrolling the main hall of the station. He ducks behind a wall, his heart pounding like a drum. There are an unbelievable number of them. Suddenly, he notices a strange glowing crystal in the middle of the monster horde. His eyes widen in shock. What is that? A spawn point. He can't believe his eyes. A crazy thought flashes through his mind. And isn't that something only for players? The hate-tracking skill and the spawn point. They're both unique to each player. So why? A series of horrifying thoughts sends shivers down his spine as he connects the events. Wait, could this monster be a player capable of infinite respawns? And are we humans? Just the monsters they're hunting? His entire worldview collapses as he realizes the cruel truth. This is a new version of the land of Agio. He stares at the monster commander that was just resurrected, a chill running through his entire body. If this is true for the next 7 days, we will be hunted by monsters that can respawn infinitely, until that guy kills me and takes back his weapon. There's no way a player would let their weapon get taken by a monster. He clenches his fists, determination flaring in his eyes. I can't just sit here and wait to die. I understand this game better than anyone else, even if the enemy is an immortal player. He stares at the monsters approaching, turns around, and starts running. Even if I only have 1 life, I will survive. He darts down a different staircase. His memory of the game starts running at full capacity. If my prediction is correct, this underground area will lead to the worm dungeon at the worm station. He stops in front of a giant hole, dark and terrifying just as in his memory. A C-rank dungeon. The heart of Farah, just as I thought it's here. He recalls the giant worm monsters inside. The worms in this dungeon don't seem to have any connection to the heart of Farah, but in reality, this is a hidden element. Only a few people know about allowing you to bypass it without fighting the boss. He lets out a breath, sweat streaming down his forehead. This way I can level up while avoiding pursuit from that other player. But he can't help but worry. If that hidden element doesn't exist like it did in the game, he'll have no choice but to defeat the boss. The chances of me defeating the boss alone right now are nearly zero. As he's calculating, he suddenly turns his head. The monster commander has appeared right behind him. Damn it, it's already respawned. He grinds his teeth. I have no choice but to do it. With no hesitation, he jumps into the bottomless pit, using his hands and feet to grip the giant worms clinging to the walls to slow his fall. He moves quickly along the worm-covered wall. First create some distance, then head straight for the cave. He identifies his target in the distance. He runs while scanning, looking everywhere. Where is it? Where is its location? His heart races when he can't find the entrance. This is bad. The giant worms below have begun to emerge, lunging at him with mouths full of sharp teeth. But at this rate, they're going to catch up. Just as he's about to despair, he spots a small crevice on the cliffside. Found it, the Leon/skill menu pops up. With all his might, he uses the skill to launch himself toward the crevice. Rushing through the swarm of worms, he lands safely inside the secret cave. Looking back at the worms growling outside that was close, inside the cave, Shizuya finds a glowing pool of water. He realizes instantly it's the tears of Farah. He reaches out to catch a sparkling drop and a system notification pops up immediately. Stat points increased by 0.001. Another notification appears. The trial of Farah has begun. Farah's power is flowing into your body. If interrupted, you will be cursed by Farah. He smirks. Everything is still going exactly as it did in the game. All right, just like the game, 1 drop every 5 seconds. In 100 seconds, I get 1 stat point. In 3 days, I can gain 50 points. He sits down in the middle of the pool and begins the process of absorbing the power. Stat point notifications +1 keep popping up. But the trial isn't just that simple. Brutal images of people being savagely murdered start flashing in his mind. He frowns, sweat starting to pour down. What is this? The hallucinations are becoming more and more realistic. Desperate screams echo in his mind. He realizes the cruel difference between this world and the game. My mental state is being eroded. So this is the difference between the game and reality. Amidst the chaotic hallucinations, he hears familiar voices calling his name. That voice. Hitomi images of his guild teammates appear, smiling and calling his name warmly. Everyone in the guild. But then their smiles turn into ghastly blood-soaked grins. They roar, "You're late." He screams in sheer terror. He kneels in the pool, clutching his head. Damn it, the mental attacks are getting stronger. He grits his teeth and punches the water hard, trying to use his logic to fight off the hallucination's invasion. He calms himself down. Time passes in agony. He clenches his fist, determined not to collapse. 2 days must have passed by now. Only 1 more day. I have to endure it at all costs to fight off this mental torture. He uses a sharp piece of rock to stab his own shoulder, using physical pain to keep his mind sharp. I'll do it. Suddenly, a sense of danger hits him. He snaps his head up. The commander player has found him. He stands there silently, looking down at him from above. But he thinks in despair, is this the end? In the final hallucination, he sees himself collapsing in the pool of water, but there's nothing he can do about it. A mere human has no chance of winning. It's impossible to defeat a player who can respawn infinitely. It was all just my own wishful thinking. His consciousness gradually fades. I should give up. If I give up, I won't have to suffer the pain anymore. But deep inside, the will of the strongest player stirs. No, that's not it. I am the strongest player no matter how low my level is. That's no excuse to lose to these guys. It's just that I can't respawn anymore. The pride of a king doesn't allow me to fall. So I don't need to respawn. I can do this. I won't lose. At that very moment, a formal notification echoes as Farah acknowledges that you have become one of the creatures of the species. A small worm slowly approaches and touches his forehead. He jolts awake, all hallucinations fading. He gasps for air, clutching his chest. Was that an illusion? Exhaustion hits him and he staggers, feeling dizzy, likely because he hasn't eaten or drunk anything in 3 days. For now, I need to get out. He struggles to stand and walks out of the pool toward the exit where the swarm of worms is gathering. Since I've passed the test, these guys shouldn't attack me. But from the deep, dark shadows of the cave, rows of terrifying blood-red eyes light up. He freezes, his body stiffening. This is a giant worm, larger than all the rest, rising from the darkness. It's the dungeon boss. The boss slowly opens its tooth-filled mouth, but instead of attacking it, spits out a glowing crystal. A notification appears, worm essence. The boss looks at him, seemingly gesturing. Shizuya understands its intent. You mean Eating this will restore my health. It seems he has truly been accepted as an ally. After recovering, he cautiously heads back to the station entrance. It looks like all the high-level players at the entrance have left by now. Only players under level 20 remain. He steps out of the dungeon, blue lightning surrounding his body. I'm effectively at level 25 now. I can fight, but I have to finish this. Before the high-level players return, he immediately rushes into the middle of the monster pack, activating the Lion Slash skill. He continues to unleash another skill, creating a powerful shockwave stun shock. He repeatedly uses Lion Slash, moving like lightning through the enemy formation, dodging attacks with finesse. Archer from afar fires a homing arrow, but thanks to the Flag of Courage effect, his movement speed is increased by 20%, making him fast enough to dodge it. The arrow strikes a fire alarm box on the wall right where he just dashed past. Boom! A small explosion occurs and smoke billows everywhere. Shizuya hides behind a pillar. His heart is pounding. I can't stay here any longer. He glances through the smoke, catching sight of the enemy's silhouette. While their vision is obscured, I need to get out of here. But just then someone appears right above him. His intuition screams and he turns around. A monster has suddenly emerged from a blind spot, swinging its sharp claws at his shoulder. He collapses onto the ground, clutching his bleeding wound. He looks up to see a tall figure approaching. Damn it, I let my guard down. The leader raises a glowing stone. He recognizes it instantly. It is a teleportation stone. Immediately after, more players appear behind him. He realizes the situation. A group, no wonder they found my location so quickly. He grips his wound, staring at the blinding light from the stone. I can't dodge this attack. In that moment of desperation, a roar echoes from behind him. The ground shakes violently. From deep within the worm dungeon, thousands of giant worms pour out like a tsunami. They rush straight toward the group of players, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh. Shizuya stands up, his wound still stinging, but he is safe. He turns back and speaks to the swarm. Everyone, I'm saved. If it weren't for you guys, I'd be dead for sure. He looks down at his wound as the light particles, green from the worm essence, begin to heal him. He still has plenty of essence left. Amidst the chaos, he spots the teleportation stone that the player group dropped. Teleportation stone. A gleam enters his eyes. A bold plan forms. He turns and shouts loudly to the swarm. Everyone swallow that teleportation stone and move at high speed. The swarm immediately obeys. They lunge and swallow the stone. But given the size of the worms, those players might easily escape, so crush them. With high-speed movement, the swarm surges like a cyclone, sweeping away everything in its path. A notification appears. His level has skyrocketed to 17. He can't help but be surprised. I also get experience from players defeated by the worms. My level jumped up by 9. He looks at the shattered pieces of gear left behind. It's a shame their gear got crushed too. Damn rich bastards. He turns and starts running away from the station. Oh, whatever. Now I just need to retreat before they respawn. Just the thought that those guys could come back over and over again really drives me crazy. I'll find a way to stop them from coming back. The scene shifts outside. The entire city is engulfed in a sea of flames with drones hovering in the sky. They broadcast an urgent announcement. Emergency evacuation order. We are being attacked by unidentified creatures. Please evacuate to the nearest shelter. Military rescue forces will arrive in 2 days. Underground people are crowding into a shelter. A drone repeats, stay calm and evacuate. A man is in a hurry. Hey, what's taking so long? Hurry up. Amidst the chaos, a girl with blue hair and pink headphones stands calmly in a corner, softly humming along to her music. Ignoring the chaotic scene, a panicked man rushes out of a convenience store shouting, coming right out, while the blue-haired girl walks in the opposite direction, entering the store nonchalantly. She picks a pack of gum from the shelf, turns to the cashier counter and calls out, I'd like to pay. Completely ignoring the scene of a giant monster destroying the building outside the glass, seeing the empty counter amidst the roaring sounds, the girl keeps her eyes glued to her phone, mumbling, no staff here, guess I'll have to pay for it myself. Walking outside, the streets are engulfed in flames and being ravaged by monsters. She irritably raises her phone to check for signal, muttering, ugh, the signal has been terrible lately. Walking through the crowd of people fleeing for their lives, she sighs, annoyed. So annoying I can only listen to pre-downloaded songs. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from nowhere, grabbing her arm and jerking her back. The girl startles and gasps, ah! Her headphones fly off. Her drink bottle and shopping bag clatter to the ground. The person who pulled her is a guy in a hoodie. Shizuya! She exclaims in a panic, about to scream, what the hell is this? But he immediately pulls her behind a wall and whispers, shh. The very next second, the giant armored foot of a monster crushes the shopping bag lying scattered on the burning street. The tall, spindly shadow assassin stands looming right next to their hiding spot. Shizuya whispers, scolding her, "I almost ran right into it, can't you see, you idiot?" With the tension of facing a level 25 shadow assassin, she just scratched her head and laughed. "I was too busy on my phone." As the monster suddenly whipped its head around, Shizuya jumped in shock and yelled, "We've been spotted, run," before grabbing the girl's hand and dashing away. The giant assassin lunged forward, swinging a razor-sharp blade down. Shizuya quickly ducked to dodge the strike, pulled the girl back, and shouted, "Watch out!" The girl looked on, bewildered. Looking back at the terrifying attack that had just zipped past her, she let out a "huh," not giving the enemy a chance to follow up. Shizuya blocked the monster's lethal strike with the energy greatsword in his right hand. His blue eyes flashed with intense focus. The system displayed level 17 profession commander title, All-Knowing Heart of Faraf. He braced himself, swung his sword hard, and knocked the monster's weapon away, forcing it back. The shadow assassin leaped far back and immediately fired an energy orb from its hand straight at him, but Shizuya calmly sliced the orb in two. Reading the enemy's attack while retreating, that's a basic move for an assassin. Noticing the disadvantageous terrain, he quickly jumped back into a small alley to calculate. Fighting an assassin in a place like this labyrinth won't do us any good. We need to retreat. Just as he landed, Shizuya delivered a powerful slash. He tore through a pile of steel scaffolding to create an escape route. Suddenly, someone was nonchalantly filming the scene of Shizuya standing amidst the flaming debris. Shizuya turned around, his jaw dropping. He snapped irritably when he saw the blue-haired girl still playfully taking photos with her phone. "Why are you still here?" He grabbed her hand again and pulled hard, urging her, "We don't know how long we can hold them off. Run." The girl still looked back regretfully. "Wait, my shopping is still over there." As they ran, he shouted in frustration, "How can you be so oblivious? Just think about the current situation," she mumbled back casually. "They won't attack anyway." Her mutterings reached Shizuya's ears, and he turned surprised. "What was that?" The girl immediately gave a forced laugh to deflect. "Ah ha ha, it's nothing." Dropping the playful act, her eyes suddenly locked onto the glowing digital circuit patterns on his arm. She asked curiously, "More importantly, what about that hand, Shizuya?" He squinted down at the arm carrying the monster's power, his expression thoughtful yet firm. He replied, "A lot of things have happened." He clenched his fist, channeling power. He released the blue greatsword, its light shining brilliantly, and continued clearly, "When I picked up their weapons, I received the same power they have." Blue light washed over Shizuya's face. He mused silently. "Let's just deal with this for now." At the same time, a system signal flickered in his mind. The scene shifted to Rinkai City, now nothing but ruins, submerged in fire and smoke under the quiet sunset. Suddenly, at a path overgrown with weeds, there was a sign, "Bomb Shelter 300 meters ahead." A female voice called out, stopping him, "Hey!" She followed behind, curiously asking, "You seem to know more than I do. Are you someone who played here a lot? Is this really your first time in Rinkai?" Shizuya waved the map in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "I have a map." Well, not exactly familiar with Rinkai City. He looked at the glowing system map before him. "Maybe I just know Hound Village, the beginner area in Area A, really well. Anyway, the markers on the two maps matched perfectly." He analyzed silently. The map of Rinkai City matches Hound Village perfectly. Could it be? Was Hound Village modeled after Rinkai City? Still walking forward, he turned back to ask the girl, "There's something I want to check. Why did you come to a place this empty? And why do you keep following me?" Flipped the question back on her. Koken suddenly stopped, stomped her foot on the ground and huffed, pointing at her own face, sulking, "Can you stop calling me the girl? My name is Kokon Ichiro. Kokon Ichiro. You can call me Kokon." While Shizuya could only remain speechless, ignoring his indifferent attitude, Koken skipped along happily behind him. "The reason I'm following you is because it looks fun." Shizuya sighed inwardly. She had zero sense of caution. Suddenly, the tip of Shizuya's shoe touched a faint magical barrier on the ground, creating ripples. Both of them stopped and peered down into a dark path leading deep underground. A notification appeared on the system, "Hidden Cave." Koken exclaimed excitedly, "We're here!" They turned on their flashlights, illuminating the cave walls. Koken wondered, "Isn't this the old bomb shelter we used to play in? What's going on here?" Shizuya immediately put his hand to his mouth, his face serious, and whispered, "Quiet." From deep within the cave, brilliant flashes and explosions began to flare up rapidly. Gunfire rang out sharply. Sparks of electricity tore through the silence of the underground bunker. Inside, a male and a female soldier were firing desperately. The man yelled, "I told you one person was enough, get inside." But the woman was resolute. "That's impossible." They were fighting fiercely against two formidable monsters, a level 20 Shadow Mage and a level 23 Shadow Warrior, hiding from a distance. Shizuya observed the enemy formation and noticed a level 18 Shadow Priest hiding in the back. He squinted, assessing the situation. Their levels are lower than the ones we fought at the station, and they don't look like they have much combat experience. With that level, lightning energy exploded. Shizuya bolted from his cover with terrifying speed. "We can win!" Seeing him act so recklessly, Koken panicked and screamed, "Shizuya!" The female soldier was startled, turning her gun barrel toward the shadow rushing in. Shizuya was also surprised. "There's a female soldier here, too." She froze. "Wait, that is..." Seeing Shizuya flying through the air with an energy sword in his hand, she gasped, "A human!" Unfazed by her surprise, Shizuya swung his sword, delivering a lightning strike down onto the monster, annihilating the healer. Before the powerful slash knocked the priest back, he explained the strategy. That warrior will have to rush in without healing support. As predicted, the warrior lunged forward, swinging his fist in anger, but Shizuya easily slipped past and dodged too slow, seizing the golden opportunity. The two soldiers immediately opened fire, laying down suppressing fire on the mage. "I'll provide cover," I shouted as the mage and warrior recoiled, startled by the hail of bullets raining down on them. With lightning-fast reflexes, the mage swung his staff, erecting a massive ice wall to block the cave entrance, but the bullet slammed into it, shattering the ice and creating a small explosion, and a cold mist obscured their vision. As the dust settled, the male soldier lowered his gun, looking around in confusion. Where did the monsters go?" Shizuya wiped the lingering energy from his hands and stepped calmly out of the smoke. "Looks like they've retreated." "Stop wasting your ammo!" Despite his warning, the female soldier kept her gun raised, aiming straight at him, and snapped, "Why do your hands look exactly like theirs?" Shizuya sighed, frustrated. "I just proved I'm not the enemy, so why are you still pointing that at me?" Suddenly, the girl jumped out, spreading her arms to block the barrel of the gun. "I'll vouch for him. He's a human." The male soldier standing nearby slowly lowered his weapon, urging his comrade, "He saved me out in town." At that moment, the female soldier finally relaxed, lowering her weapon. Her gaze softened slightly, though she remained stern. "Let's go inside and talk." Deep inside the cave, lit by flickering fires, a dozen civilians were taking shelter. A man stepped forward, recognizing the male soldier, and exclaimed, "Wait, you used to be an instructor at the military preparatory academy, didn't you?" Hearing that, the girl cheerfully raised her hand, her mouth still chewing on a chocolate bar, and chimed in excitedly, "I trained there too." The three sat on the ground to rest. The female soldier sighed as she explained, "We came here for a mission, but suddenly all communications were cut. We were hunted by monsters and hid in here." She turned to look at the weary, slumped civilians, her eyes filled with sorrow. "These people are just citizens we helped along the way. There were hundreds of them at first." Shizuya listened in silence, his expression grim. The soldier continued, "This chaos is beyond anything logical. Just protecting this many people is already more than we can handle." Then she looked up at him full of anxiety. They probably won't leave us alone, right?" Shizuya nodded slightly. "That's right." I thought to himself. It's cruel, but if my guess is correct. A fragment of memory about the game flashed through his mind, the scenes of players entering a hidden dungeon. This place is a dungeon that every beginner absolutely has to clear. The images of the two terrifying, massive bosses appeared clearly in his mind. The dungeon's bosses, the twin demons, the level 15 cannon twin demon, and the level 15 crossbow twin demon. In his recollection of the previous battle, the male soldier was firing like a madman while analyzing. The male has high magic attack power and long range, but moves slowly. The female is fast and precise, but her strength is relatively low. While lost in thought, Shizuya suddenly winced, clutching his head and groaning, "Ugh!" The girl scrambled over, asking in a panic, "What's wrong?" He slowly lowered his hand, his blue eyes flashing with the cold, sharp light of realization. "I'm fine. Everything is clear now." Looking at the ruined city intertwined with digital code, he realized with shock that the game had descended upon reality. Everything was connected. The human world had become a monster's lair. Armored phantoms creatures ruling the system emerged with overwhelming force those who had suddenly appeared. As a player with the giant demonic shadow looming over the tiny human figure, he thought with fury. How can they slaughter humanity in the name of justice? Who the hell created such a sick game like this? Suddenly, the silence was broken as two soda cans clattered down the dark alleyway. Crackle. A heavy black armored foot stepped down, crushing the empty cans flat. The group jumped and spun around. The male soldier broke into a cold sweat. Alert, they're here. There are more of them than before, and they're getting tougher. Without hesitation, the girl jumped up and bolted toward the cave entrance. I'll go outside and check. Ignoring Shizuya's shout of wait. Inside the cave, the male soldier urgently ushered the civilians deeper. Everyone, go hide further back, leave the luggage there. The girl peeked from behind a rock near the entrance, her eyes wide with suspense as she counted. 4, 5. From the mist-spiked armored phantoms emerged, radiating killing intent. This time there are 5. Shizuya activated his energy greatsword. The soldier standing next to him loaded his weapon and warned, "Don't worry, evacuate the civilians, leave this place." To us. The female soldier nodded. Understood. The enemy formation was revealed: a level 21 Shadow Warrior, a level 25 Royal Shadow Archer, and a level 20 Shadow Mage. The archer began to draw his bow, glowing brilliantly. Shizuya squinted at the light. Quickly grasping their strategy smoke arrows, he realized they were prepared to fight in the dark. He gripped his sword and charged straight ahead, leaving the rear to the 2 soldiers. "I'll take care of the ones in the back. Provide cover fire for me," the soldiers replied in unison. Understood. Seeing Shizuya charging, the mage hiding behind the defensive line immediately raised his hand, channeling a fireball. The monster fired successive flaming energy orbs straight at him. Boom, boom. Shizuya nimbly swerved and weaved through the barrage, dodging the violent explosions that tore up the earth and stone. Realizing he was closing in, the massive warrior stepped up, erecting a shield to block his path. Defensive stance, huh? Without flinching, Shizuya stomped hard, using the momentum to launch himself into the air. He flipped spectacularly over the head of the giant shield-bearer, ready to land a fatal blow on the enemy's rear. The 2 soldiers hammered the triggers, firing a hail of bullets to cover him. Bang, 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 quick as a flash. Shizuya brought his sword down, splitting the cleric in 2, causing its blue energy to shatter and vanish. As he kept bolting forward, he reasoned, "They're all beginners, they can only use basic skills. Let's end this quickly." However, the level 25 Royal Shadow Archer suddenly drew his bow, activating a special skill, homing smoke arrow, a sniping technique. Clang. Shizuya hastily contorted his body to dodge the green energy arrow that whizzed past his face by a hair's breadth. But the arrow suddenly changed direction, ricocheting off the cave wall, causing him to exclaim in shock, "A ricochet sniping technique!" Struggling to dodge, he glanced at the mage, who was channeling a massive glowing fireball. That archer is the only one who seems to have any combat experience. A massive fireball detonated with a terrifying blast, shaking the entire cave and creating a blinding cloud of fire. The male soldier, firing his weapon to hold back the enemy, anxiously turned and shouted, "Hey, are you all right?" cutting through the smoke. Shizuya lunged out with his sword and replied firmly, "Yeah, no problem." But he frowned, realizing the combat power of these players was clearly increasing. Despite the impact of Shizuya's powerful slash, the level 20 mage stood his ground and began to glow brilliantly. The image of the white-cloaked leader flashed through his mind. It hit him with a jolt, the horrifying truth. It meant their proficiency was increasing by using actual players. The mage's wounds were instantly healed by a beam of blue light. Shizuya gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, the damage I worked so hard to inflict is being healed instantly." Just then the archer stepped forward, drawing his bow to shield his teammates. Shizuya frowned. They even knew how to use an archer to protect the healer. Shizuya was forced to zigzag constantly to dodge the rain of energy arrows tearing up the ground around him. Even as he tried to maneuver, he realized with frustration that he was cornered. "This is bad. I can't close the distance at all." Glancing at the 2 soldiers fighting behind him, a thought flashed through his mind to break this deadlock. "I have no choice but to use them." But before he could decide, a warrior with a massive spiked shield charged at him like a tank. Crash. Shizuya was sent flying by a brutal shield bash. His face contorted in pain as he slammed into the crumbling rock wall. The male soldier's voice rang out, full of worry. "No, it's too dangerous. Let's retreat for now." He struggled to one knee amidst the dust, clutching his aching shoulder. Ah. He stared at the bright red blood staining his hand, thinking to himself, if this were just a game, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice someone to turn the tables. His blue eyes suddenly blazed in the darkness. He bit his lip, wrestling with his conscience. But these are living, breathing human beings. "Are you really going to do it, Shizuya?" At the same time, deep inside the shaking cave. Koken smiled as she approached a little girl huddled in a corner, sobbing. She held out a lollipop. Here, this is for you. She gently coaxed the terrified child. If you keep frowning like that while you're still little, you're going to get wrinkles soon. The little girl tremblingly took the candy. Thank you, big sister. Koken tenderly patted the girl's head. It's okay. Where are your mom and dad? Tears streaming down her dirt-streaked face. The little girl hugged the candy tightly and sobbed. They gave me to Sister Akina and then, back on the brutal battlefield. The male soldier fired to block the shield-bearer and shouted, Shizuya, let's retreat! I'll use bombs to clear a path! The female soldier next to him provided cover and agreed. If we do that, we might be able to hold out for a few more days, refusing to back down. Shizuya gripped his glowing energy sword tightly and lunged forward with a determined gaze. Once again, the system responded instantly. Courage flag activated. Ally movement speed and HP limits increased. As he dashed forward with his radiant blade, Shizuya glanced back, his eyes reflecting deep remorse. I'm sorry. Under the blinding light descending upon them, Koken looked back confused when she heard a voice calling from behind, Big Sister. While Shizuya was busy defending, the little girl's trembling voice continued, Sister Akina and Brother Takuto. With teary eyes, the girl clutched the lollipop and looked up. Her innocent eyes stared at the figure of the soldier firing from afar. They won't die, right? Thwip. Before the girl's words could fade, a blue bolt of lightning pierced the chest of the male soldier, Takuto. As the child's voice continued to whisper, Brother Takuto secretly told me, Akina spun around in shock when she heard the sound. The child's words were like an omen. There is something he still hasn't told Sister Akina yet. Shizuya froze. The system coldly displayed information about the enemy's skill. Sniper technique. If the first shot misses, the second shot will fire. A face hidden in the shadows. Shizuya's blue eyes were heavy with torment. I'm sorry. To defeat these players, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. His gaze shifted toward the twin demons standing side by side where a glowing red chain icon appeared in the area. Linking is a very special system. Clang. The chain icon shattered, accompanied by flashing sparks like a chain that had been binding their power together, abandoning their formation. Akina frantically rushed toward her fallen comrade Takuto. At the same time, the system's rule continued to display, if one of the two chosen players is killed, she collapsed to her knees in despair, pressing her hands against the bleeding wound on his chest, sobbing, Please wake up. Come on. Amidst the thick smoke, Shizuya braced his sword, turned and shouted urgently, There's no time to grieve, retreat, ignoring the warning. Akina's trembling hand slowly gripped the rifle of her fallen comrade. She stood up unsteadily, her hair falling over her face to hide her grief. As the system finalized the cruel rule, the remaining person will no longer care about their own life. She lunged over the rubble to grab spare weapons, deaf to the thundering explosions. Her hand clenched the strap of the military bag, her voice hissing through her teeth in pure fury. You monsters! With all her strength, she spun around and threw the bag full of C4 explosives toward the enemy. The blocks of explosives hung in midair and landed perfectly, right in the middle of the dark trio's formation. Her tear-streaked face twisted with hatred, and she pulled the trigger, detonating them, activating both the system's berserk status and her own uncontrollable rage. You will all go insane, all of you die. Boom. A massive explosion erupted. Cruel flames swallowed the entire pack of monsters into a blinding sea of fire. Through the thick smoke, she stood rooted to the spot, breathing heavily, her eyes dazed as she stared into the inferno, while Shizuya ran over completely exhausted in body and spirit. The female soldier collapsed, kneeling on the cold stone floor. Tears streamed down her face. She bit her lip and choked out, I could have been promoted faster, but he wouldn't listen to my suggestion to become my partner. Takuto's gentle face flashed through her memory as she tearfully continued, He stayed behind to save the villagers who couldn't escape with me instead of retreating. She collapsed, clawing at the dirt, sobbing uncontrollably. What kind of idiot would do such a thing? The heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the cave, filling the gloomy space with despair. Standing there witnessing such profound pain, Shizuya lowered his gaze, a deep, silent regret passing through his eyes. Suddenly a fit of coughing erupted, followed by tears streaming down Akina's cheeks. Cough! Cough! Suddenly Takuto winced and sat up, clutching his chest and wailing, what just happened? Shizuya smiled faintly, looking at the display notification with relief. Because the badge of courage increased your HP and defense, that wasn't a fatal blow. Not bad at all. My calculations were spot on. Takuto looked at the ashes of the monsters in confusion. I wiped them all out. You did that, didn't you? Shizuya mused to himself, though. Wasn't that wound a bit too light? Could I have underestimated his defense? Before he could clear his head, Akina lunged forward and punched Takuto hard in the chest. She shouted, acting petulant, "You idiot!" The impact caused a small object to fall from Takuto's shirt, hitting the ground. He gasped, "Huh!" Both of them hurriedly leaned down, reaching out to touch the object. Akina gasped in surprise. "What is this?" Under the dim light, a sparkling diamond ring appeared between their fingers. Both suddenly fell into a confused silence. Takuto scratched his head, embarrassed. With a blushing face, he explained, "I intended to give it to you when we were safe. I never expected it would save my life." Bridging every distance, Akina dove into his arms, hugging Takuto tightly. Burying her face in her lover's shoulder, tears of happiness burst forth as she sobbed, "I've been waiting for this for so long." Standing quietly in the corner, Shizuya crossed his arms, watching the two reunite in peace, a gentle smile appearing on his face. In that moment, Koko peeked out, leaning onto Shizuya's back and whispered, "Hey, are you okay? What's the situation with the two of them now?" Shizuya let out a breath, thinking to himself, "We're safe for now. Who knew there'd be love between twin demons in the game?" Watching Takuto and Akina laughing through tears of joy, he realized, even though we're just beginner bosses, we managed to exploit the system to cheat death. It seems this isn't exactly a losing game. The corner of Shizuya's mouth curled into a smile full of confidence and hope. We have a chance to win. But then, his gaze suddenly dimmed, becoming cold and anxious. However, the ominous premonition quickly came true. 30 minutes later, Shizuya stood frozen, his body covered in scratches and blood scattered at the foot of a giant monster. It loomed directly in front of them, bringing overwhelming despair crashing down again. Returning to this moment just after they finished the battle, in the cave, an angry man screamed at Akina, "Go outside! Are you kidding me?" He pointed at the cave entrance, snapping, "The reason we evacuated here with you people is because it's safer here than outside. Go out there. To a place swarming with monsters, that's just suicide." The agitation spread and other villagers chimed in, "That's right. We are absolutely not going out there." "Me neither." Akina tried to explain anxiously. "The enemy already knows this location. We just barely managed to win. But there will be more and more enemies coming." Pushing through the noisy, panicked crowd, Shizuya spoke up coldly, cutting her off. He stopped walking. Turning his sharp gaze toward the man, he said, "If my hypothesis is correct, the ones we just defeated will respawn and continue to attack." His blue eyes flashed, with danger and gravity, even stronger than before. Hearing this, the man became even more panicked and furious. "Then what's the point of resisting? It's better to just die all at once. So they can respawn infinitely, huh?" He pointed directly at Shizuya's glowing hand with deep suspicion. "And more importantly, why should we trust your prediction? I know your body is just like those monsters. Who knows? I don't even know if you're a friend or foe." He continued to slander, "Maybe you're intentionally stoking our anxiety to lure us out there and kill us all." Koko couldn't take it anymore and spoke up loudly in their defense. "How can you say such things to the people who saved your lives?" She pointed right at his face, shouting angrily, "Fine, do whatever you want. Stay here and die like stray dogs." Amidst the extreme tension, Takuto stepped forward and clapped his hands, clap, clap, to get everyone's attention. He calmly proposed a plan. "How about this? Those who want to go out will come with us, and those who want to stay can wait here, and we will call for reinforcements." I received instructions just before the signal was cut. The instruction was not to wait here, but to evacuate to a safe place at the airport. Takuto looked around at the crowd, asking, "What does everyone think?" Suddenly, the little girl's small hand gently tugged at Akina's sleeve. "Big sister." She looked up at Akina with large, tear-filled eyes and said resolutely, "I will go with you, big sister Akina and big brother." The child's courageous act made the hesitant adults look at each other, reconsidering their stance until a young man scratched his head and stepped forward. Breaking the silence, he said, "Fine, I'm going too. It should be safe if we make it to the airport right." The crowd slowly parted, and those who decided to go began pushing forward, leaving the stubborn man standing alone. Realizing he'd been isolated, he broke into a sweat, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly compromised. "All right, fine. I guess so." The man finally conceded while the girl crossed her arms, turned away, and let out a cold, "Humph!" And once everyone reached a consensus, Akina spoke up, taking charge. "Pack your bags, we're leaving in 5 minutes. We'll reach the airport before dawn," she commanded. And as they marched through the dark, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Akina softly asked, "Hey, Shizuya." While holding the little girl's hand, she looked back, puzzled. "How did you know they would respawn and attack again?" And the girl beside her chimed in, equally curious. "This is the first disaster of its kind. Don't you know a little too much? But Shizuya kept looking straight ahead and calmly replied, I'd say it's just a matter of correlation. A system screen flickered with power stats and Shizuya analyzed, if characters controlled by players in a game appeared in the real world, they would possess two absolute powers. First, they can develop steadily by using levels, equipment, talents, skills, and so on. But the most troublesome part is the second thing, he said, glancing at the girl. His tone grew grave. Players can respawn infinitely and try again as many times as they want, as the image of a game failure notification flashed in his mind. When clearing a dungeon, no matter how many times you get wiped out, as long as you succeed once, that's all that matters. Shizuya's blue eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. As long as this system doesn't change, the enemy has no chance of winning. Hearing this, Takuto asked in surprise, How can you be so calm? But Shizuya turned to look at him, answering nonchalantly, Me, I'm just normal. Isn't it? Aren't you guys also staying very calm? Takuto bowed his head, a look of exhaustion flickering across his face. We are trained soldiers, but even so, his hand trembled slightly before he clenched it tight. We have never been trained to fight monsters like that. Physically and mentally we are reaching our limit. Hearing those confessions, Shizuya stopped, turned his head, and asked, Then why are you forcing yourselves to this extent? He looked toward the crowd of civilians trudging along. You know full well that you can't protect everyone here, right? Shizuya advised realistically. The survival rate would be much higher if just the two of you went on your own. And Takuto closed his eyes, smiling gently as he replied to the practical advice. I know you don't mean any harm, and you're right. Suddenly the group froze as they saw a giant shield emblem carved brilliantly into the high cliffside. Staring blankly at the strange symbol, Takuto wondered, there used to be a national emblem and a flag here. Why has it turned into this? He mused, reflecting on the past. Now that I think about it, I remember the first time I saluted this symbol, but I never understood what it meant. Shizuya turned to look at Takuto, saying seriously, Anyway, you don't need to go that far. But the smile on Takuto's lips did not fade. He instructed sincerely, If something happens, please take her and run. Just the two of you, okay? The girl standing next to them suddenly remembered and turned to ask Shizuya, Speaking of which, what about little Kotona? Takuto answered sadly, Kotona's family. Well, Akina wouldn't abandon her either. And looking at Akina walking along holding Kotona's hand with a radiant smile, Takuto whispered a secret. Due to an injury from when she was little, she can't have children. Even though she doesn't say it, it must always be weighing on her heart. Takuto continued, his gentle gaze fixed on his fiancée, and he reached into his pocket, laughing sadly. That's why she never said yes when I proposed. At that moment, a blue light suddenly cracked open from a hidden corner. A massive bolt of green energy suddenly shot forward with blinding speed, sensing the murderous intent. Shizuya panicked and shoved Kona hard behind him. He screamed a warning look out as the bolt slammed into a magical shield that had just barely been erected, creating a violent tremor. Shrapnel grazed Shizuya's face. He stared in shock at the surprise attack. Everyone from Takuto and Kona to the common villagers turned around looking dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening. Shizuya looked back over his shoulder. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just as I thought. It's those guys from earlier. Is everyone okay?" But then, his pupils contracted in sheer horror. Piercing through little Kotona's small chest was a crimson beam of energy. The girl let out a tiny bewildered, "Huh!" Her clear eyes slowly lost focus. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth and she collapsed backward, only managing to whisper, "Big Sister Akina." Thud, thud, thud. Kotona's small body hit the cold stone floor. Akina, Takuto, Kona, and Shizuya all stood frozen, stunned by the tragedy that had unfolded too fast. Shizuya's eyes widened, glowing. He screamed in utter devastation, "Kotona-chan!" A rage erupted within him. His hand, glowing with green energy, punched deep into the crumbling cliffside, tears streaming down his face. Akina frantically opened fire while Takuto shouted in panic, "It's too dangerous! Fall back!" Shizuya and Kona hurriedly turned and ran from the chaotic barrage of gunfire. As they ran, Shizuya looked back, breaking out in a cold sweat as he analyzed the situation. No. Considering the skill level of that archer, there is no way he would have missed in a situation where we were completely caught off guard. That means their target from the very beginning wasn't a main combatant like us. But instead, the shadow of the archer leaped into the air, darting forward at a terrifying speed. Kotona. That was their goal. Witnessing that scene, Akina's face contorted in pain and hatred. She pulled the trigger, releasing her pent-up rage. A continuous flash of light shot straight into the shadow archer's back, creating a blinding explosion in midair, ignoring everything else. Akina started to rush forward, screaming, "You monsters, you killed a child!" Takuto quickly grabbed her clothes and pulled her back. "Stay calm!" Akina struggled violently in Takuto's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Let me go!" Seeing the chaotic scene, Shizuya turned back and shouted a warning. "Don't go out there! Get back here right now!" Suddenly, the ground beneath Kona's feet erupted. A foot stomped down on both of them. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Kona covered her mouth in terror. Shizuya's eyes widened as he blamed himself too late. Why didn't I remember this sooner? Looming above was a giant stone figure. The system displayed CE Golem Level 40. A golem and allied unit for players in the A4 region designed to guard the dungeon entrance. They were NPCs meant to block enemy forces. Memories of game exploits came rushing back. Right after the service launched, some players had abused a bug in the system. They had maliciously lured enemies that weren't supposed to move into the safe zone since the golem's position was closest to the dungeon entrance. They had also exploited the golem's detection abilities and their ease of defeat to farm bosses. As Shizuya remembered, the cave ceiling above began to crack and collapse. The shadow archer slowly raised his hand, emitting a dark current of energy, preparing to absorb it. Suddenly, the giant body of the golem began to move. It turned away. Kona tremblingly pointed at the archer, who was draining energy from Shizuya's comrade. "He's absorbing it." The pitch-black hand completely drained the brilliant green beam. The system board appeared. Royal Shadow Archer has received the title Conqueror. Hidden Dungeon. Shizuya gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening, filled with murderous intent. "So that means they also got the dungeon rewards. To you guys, we're just nameless monsters, right? Isn't that right?" His hand clenched so tightly it trembled in mid-air. "And this is just a game to you? Our rage, our hatred, all our emotions and relationships, are they just things that were pre-programmed?" Green lightning erupted violently around Shizuya. Red warning boxes appeared. Then, activating omniscience and omnipotence along with taking the equipment will cause 1, 2, 3 players chasing you for 7 days. Standing behind him, Kona stared blankly at that terrifying power. Blood-red text flashed continuously. Actually activating. The veins on Shizuya's face glowed. Data streams surged. The system repeatedly notified, 4 players are pursuing you. Detected loot magic book fragment. Gained skill mage fireball. He coldly stepped forward, his energy blade glowing brightly, absorbing all surrounding energy. Detected broken shield. Gained skill guardian defense. Detected prayer book. Gained skill blessing of holy light. 2 detected rare items. Broken crystal arrows. Gained skill archer fire fog arrow. Looking at the golem's massive back, Shizuya muttered bitterly, Sometimes bugs happen in this game. From afar, the shadow archer drew his bow, condensing an extremely powerful dark arrow aimed straight at him. Shizuya waved his hand, creating an energy barrier, narrowly dodging at the last second. It's unavoidable, isn't it, right after that? He lunged forward, using his bare hands to launch a blazing flame, knocking the archer back. Fireball. His eyes burned with fury in the darkness. The system reported characteristic combo attack. When an attack from a different character class lands simultaneously, Shizuya leaped, swinging his greatsword down directly at the enemy's head. He can perform an additional charged attack, once more. Swish. A brutal energy slash tore through the shadow archer's armor. He collapsed and began to dissolve into particles of green light. Shizuya asked coldly, "Do you even understand the feelings of those who were left behind?" Images of the comrades who had just fallen appeared faintly in his hands as he collected their power. Power. Detected rare item. Gained skill sniper technique. Next came the image of Akina courageously firing her weapon. Detected rare item magic cannon A. Gained skill twin demon Amana. Speed. And images of Takuto dying along with the ring falling to the ground. Detected rare item magic cannon B. Gained skill twin demon B. Scanning mana. Returning to the present. The surviving villagers were screaming in panic. "Run, for God's sake, get out of here." Standing before Shizuya was a massive corrupted stone golem. Its two eyes glowed brilliantly amidst the mist, and Shizuya's hands gently formed the shape of a ring. Sparkling green energy radiated as he whispered painfully, "Akina, Takuto." Bright green lightning crackled from Shizuya's hands, a black crystal embedded deep into the back of his hand. A cold system voice echoed in his mind. Task initiated. Instantly, the giant golem swung a massive pitch-black fist straight down toward him. Shizuya's blue eyes burned with determination. He muttered, "I'll take it," bracing for the earth-shattering punch of the level 40 Golem C as the system displayed a notification. Damage reduction against non-siege attacks increased by 50%. Amidst the crushing gale, Shizuya calculated frantically. "I shouldn't face this thing head-on. But if I can just buy some time..." The giant fist slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Shizuya struggled narrowly, dodging at the very last second. As he retreated, he activated his mana skill. Radiant golden light enveloped him, fueled by the intense belief that I can do this. No, even with my speed, can I actually hold this thing off on my own? I can beat it. Boom! A series of fiery magical explosions bombarded the golem's armored body to halt its advance. He landed hard, sliding across the ground. Glancing up at the monster, which was still looming and swinging its fists through the smoke, suddenly, the red cross-shaped eye slots on the golem's face flashed blindingly. It gathered a source of terrifying destructive energy. Upon seeing that light, Shizuya's pupils contracted, sensing a lethal danger approaching. Without warning, the monster unleashed its SP shockwave skill, firing a massive red laser that scoured the earth. Ugh! Shizuya frantically used all his speed to dive to one side, leaving behind a terrifying explosion that ripped through space. The red laser beam didn't stop sweeping across in a long line. It pursued him relentlessly right on his heels. With no way left to retreat, he spun around and immediately activated his defensive skill, erecting a diamond-shaped energy shield. Hold! The laser slammed into the shield, creating a sky-rending explosion that shattered his defenses and threw his body into the air. He somersaulted and tumbled onto the jagged, rocky ground. His entire body ached. From far away, where the group of civilians was frantically fleeing, Khan turned back to look at the scene. She screamed his name in despair. "Shizuya! Shizuya!" He staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth and whispering, "While its attention is on me, please run as far as you can. The evacuation is taking longer than I thought." The golem's massive shadow loomed over him again. He winced in frustration. "Healing takes time to cast. My whole body is in agony. And I don't have the strength to dodge anymore. Damn it, is this how it ends?" Suddenly, a powerful force shoved him aside, accompanied by a loud shout, "Get out of the way, move!" It was Khan and that aggressive man from earlier. They had risked their lives to dash over and courageously pull him out of the strike's trajectory. Thud. The monster's blow missed its target. It left a deep gouge in the ground right where they had just fallen. Not wanting to miss a second, the giant golem slowly clenched both hands together, preparing to deliver a devastating finishing blow. Shizuya looked up, eyes wide with shock. He gasped, "What?" Suddenly, the mechanical monster froze mid-action. It snapped its red-eyed head in a different direction. Watching its movement, Shizuya was stunned, realizing something was wrong. Did its aggro target change? The golem's gaze was fixed straight on the group of civilians struggling to flee. A terrifying truth from the game's mechanics flashed in his mind. Golems are programmed to protect players. The golem's target circle is locked onto the innocent people over there. If the target changed, that means there's a player dealing damage within range. Upon discovering the cruel player's scheme to use the golem as a murder weapon, Shizuya gritted his teeth, sprang up and waved his hand to activate Blessing of Holy Light, yelling resolutely, "Me! I won't let it attack the people who are evacuating." Thud. Shizuya stomped hard on the ground, creating a small crack before launching himself forward. He soared into the air like an arrow heading straight for the massive golem looming ahead. As he lunged, he analyzed his enemy's weak point. Golems are incredibly tanky, but they all have one weakness. He circled in the air. Dodging the golem's swinging arms, he saw it, the energy core protected by thick plating. Shizuya struck a bolt of lightning straight into the center of the golem's chest. It created a blinding explosion of green energy, but right after, a giant hand of the golem swung out, slamming into him mid-air. A voice activated a mana scan skill. A cold command was issued. A surge of energy erupted from within the golem. Consecutive explosions caused the giant golem to stagger. Zap. The golem's energy core exploded. It released a blinding wave of light that blasted everything nearby. Khan was pushed back, only managing to gasp in shock. "Shizuya!" Shizuya, trapped in the blast, gritted his teeth in pain. "Damn it! I fell into their trap!" He realized the enemy's intent as the golden light engulfed him. Is this the end? A massive column of golden light shot straight into the sky, signaling the end of a battle. From afar, a figure in black armor stood on a cliff, silently observing. The Shadow Assassin. The leader of the player group slowly turned and walked away. 72 hours had passed since the Shadow invasion. A series of helicopters buzzed in the sky, heading toward a column of smoke rising from the underground site where Shizuya and the golem had fought. Only a deep smoking crater remained. One of the players landed frustrated. "Damn, someone beat us to it. I saw the light, and I flew straight here." Another covered his mouth, speculating. Maybe the enemy self-destructed. A red-haired girl with sharp teeth snapped, "Huh." She climbed onto a cannon, looking down at the forest. Is there anyone else besides us who could put that much pressure on those monsters? Or perhaps those unknown life forms just wiped each other out? The other narrowed his eyes, sensing something. He suddenly exclaimed, "Huh!" as he spotted a familiar silhouette darting through the forest. It was the Shadow Assassin. The red-haired girl landed on the ground and asked, "Elite monster." She hoisted a massive hammer onto her shoulder and laughed maniacally. "Looks strong, doesn't it?" Her crimson eyes glowed with excitement. "This is going to be fun, isn't it?" The archer drew his bow and told his teammate, "Sorry, we aren't your targets, but once Sasuke gets fired up, I can't stop her." "Well, don't worry." The archer fired a blue arrow, but not at the Shadow Assassin. It was aimed at his own teammate Sasuke. He added, "It won't take long." The Shadow Assassin easily dodged it. The arrow did no harm. After a brief clash, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. "Cough, cough, cough!" The archer stood there coldly watching the Shadow Assassin while Sasuke lay motionless at his feet. The Shadow Assassin pointed his blade at the archer's throat. The archer gasped, "This is different from any enemy I've faced before." The assassin withdrew his sword and calmly said, "A completely different level." The Shadow Assassin glanced at him coldly, then suddenly turned away, leaving the archer standing there in shock. The Shadow Assassin stood on a hill overlooking the city, which was engulfed in flames. Sasuke stood up screaming in rage. "Are you looking down on me? Why didn't you deliver the finishing blow?" the archer asked coldly. "Or is there a bigger target?" The scene shifted to another location where drones were swarming through the air, playing a tune. Shizuya's blue eyes opened. He found himself in a room with a stuffed rabbit on a shelf. He looked around and saw books neatly arranged. Is this a girl's room? A girl's room? He sat up and raised his hand to his head, shocked to see that his right hand had transformed into a monster's hand. "My right hand. It's different from before." He recalled the battle. "Perhaps the heat from the golem's core melted me, and then my Sino trait absorbed the shadow fragments, and I've been restructured and lost my human body." A status window appeared showing that he had absorbed the traits and skills of the twin demons and the golem. It doesn't just absorb players and NPCs, but also the traits and skills of boss monsters. He pondered, just looking at the stats alone, it's equivalent to level 25 in the game. The attributes also increased based on what was absorbed. He sat on the bed wondering, more importantly, why am I here? Suddenly, the aroma of food drifted to his nose. The smell of food, and a singing voice made him want to cover his ears. The girl was humming in the kitchen, frying an egg in a pan. She turned around, smiled, and said, "Oh, you're awake." He drew the curtains and stepped out. She said, "Hold on, breakfast is almost ready." He sighed to himself. Ah, such a peaceful daily life. He looked out the window to see the city still engulfed in flames. I wish they would take this emergency situation a bit more seriously. It started to rain outside the window. She asked, "How is it?" He looked at the plate of eggs and bread and replied, It's delicious." He forced a smile. "It's just that I don't really have much of an appetite right now." She laughed loudly. "You don't need to be polite. Even I know it tastes terrible." She winked mischievously. "I've got cup noodles and other stuff too. Enough to last a week," she continued. "Or at least that's what I'd like to say, but I'm actually running low on a lot of things. That's why I went shopping yesterday. But I can't believe I dropped everything after meeting you. But it's not your fault." She asked, "Did you bring me here yourself after I passed out?" "What's going on?" She explained, "Right, there was something like a golf cart. So I put you on it and went down the mountain. I pulled you up the stairs, but you weren't that heavy. Didn't you run into any monsters?" Shizuya asked. She replied, "No, why?" she said with a serious expression. "I felt like something was wrong this whole time." Shizuya looked at her. She continued, "Ever since then I've felt almost no fear or anxiety." "It's like you're not worried about being killed." Her face fell. She gazed at him thoughtfully, her eyes dimming with a hint of sorrow. "Perhaps." "Yeah, you're right." Shizuya listened in silence, his quiet blue eyes reflecting the dim light of the room. Suddenly, she smiled and scratched her head awkwardly. "I've tried it before, but those—" Her expression shifted abruptly. Her pink eyes glowed with a strange light. "It seems like they actually don't attack me." In her mind, an image flashed of herself curled up in the rubble, surrounded by monsters, walking as if she were invisible. She remembered running away with the military forces' attacks and screams, just brushing past attacks coming from this way. The giant monsters glided right past her without a care. They didn't even bother looking at her. Back in the present, she brushed her hair back and smiled proudly. "I thought maybe I have some kind of superpower. Just like your right hand." Shizuya looked down at his armored arm, lost in thought. "Maybe, but slightly different. Have you seen any strange notification screens?" Khan tilted her head, looking confused. "It's like in a game." "No, I don't see any monster hand." Shizuya's hand began to gather a glowing blue energy. "Sounds ridiculous, I know." But then a massive sword shifting with sharp, crackling energy materialized. "I think my ability is somehow linked to a game," he explained. "It's called Azerland." As he ate, he summarized his recent experiences, confirming his theory the catastrophe unfolding across the world right now is definitely connected to that game. "And, sounds like a complicated theory," Khan said, resting her chin on her hand, looking bored. "I don't know much about games, but—" She winked playfully, pointing at herself with a smug grin. "My ability seems way cooler, doesn't it?" Shizuya sighed, speechless. She didn't understand at all what was she even comparing. Shizuya's expression turned serious again. "But thanks to what I just explained, I've managed to organize my thoughts. If my guess is right, humanity is in a truly dire situation." Khan dangled her bare feet under the table and whispered, "So what are you going to do now?" Shizuya gestured decisively. "We need to leave Rinkai and get to Kaig immediately," he mused, thinking. "My important teammates are in Kaig, and I need to make sure they're safe." Hearing that, Khan murmured, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "In that case—" She propped her chin on her hand, smiling confidently as she looked straight at him. "I'm coming too." Shizuya was startled and hurriedly tried to talk her out of it. "Wait, if your trait is real, wouldn't it be safer to act alone? If you're with someone else, you'll just get dragged into the fighting, right?" Khan leaned back, her tone sounding a bit resigned. "I can do anything on my own, but the truth is I don't know what to do." Her eyes glanced at him, full of hidden meaning. "Besides—" The image of Shizuya bravely shielding her with his own body flashed back to her. "You don't strike me as the type to die easily either." A heavy silence filled the small room as both fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a strange noise broke the peace. Click. Shizuya snapped his head toward the door. His gaze was alert. That sound, click, click, click. The doorknob was being yanked repeatedly. Dark, gloomy mist began to seep through the door frame. Someone was trying to pick the lock. Shizuya stood up abruptly and grabbed Khan's hand. He put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. When she started to panic and cry out, Shizuya's eyes turned cold. He whispered firmly, "Leave this to me. Go hide." Hurriedly, he grabbed the 2 glasses of water. Shizuya looked back at Khan as she ran off. She hid in the inner room. He frowned, his left hand slowly loosening the bandage wrapped around his right arm. "I hope this is just a false alarm," he thought. Click, click. The sound of the doorknob was being violently yanked by someone outside, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. The door creaked open. Shizuya stood in the shadows, looking out at the hooded figure standing on the threshold. He said in a flat voice, "Hello." Under the drizzling rain, 3 suspicious figures in heavy raincoats were standing there. They radiated a chilling aura. Shizuya immediately put on a friendly face, smiling as he asked, "Who are you?" The one in the baseball cap gave a fake laugh, gesturing with his hand as an excuse while the woman behind him remained silent. "Oh, sorry, is someone here? I didn't think anyone was around." Keeping his right arm hidden behind the bandages, Shizuya maintained his warm smile. "Don't worry about it. But in this situation, survival is what matters most, right?" The man in glasses adjusted them, his expression grim. "We've been running from the monsters and managed to make it this far." Looking at the 3 disheveled people outside, Shizuya opened his arms in invitation. "Almost everyone in the city is dead, so I can't believe we actually ran into other survivors. It's raining outside and there are so many monsters. If you want, don't hesitate, come on in." The 3 strangers squeezed past him and stepped inside, replying, "Sorry for the intrusion." Afterward, Shizuya turned and said, "I'll go get some drinks. Please make yourselves comfortable." While the 3 of them looked around the living room, the woman in the back suddenly asked, She called out, "Where's the bathroom?" From the living room. Shizuya pointed the way, calm and collected. "Oh, it's over there." Meanwhile, Khan was huddled, hiding in a blind spot nearby, tucked away in the darkness. Khan was breaking out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide with fear and extreme tension. Shizuya carried a tray and placed 2 glasses of water on the table in front of the 2 men. He said politely, "Thanks for waiting." The man in glasses stared at him, asking with a suspicious tone, "I've been wondering about this for a while." His right hand stood tall in front of them. Shizuya calmly looked down at his own white bandaged right arm and replied with the perfect lie. "I fell and got injured last month. It has nothing to do with the current world situation." The man in the cap gave a cold laugh. "Heh, living alone must be tough, huh?" He glanced at the cardboard boxes piled in the corner, hinting, "You seem to have a lot of supplies, though." Shizuya nodded. "Yeah, I bought and stored them online. I never thought they'd be useful like this." Shizuya sat down across from them, sighing. It's unbelievable. The world becoming like this. In just one day. By the way, what are you guys planning to do now?" The man in the cap replied with a sinister smirk. "Well, I'm thinking of hiding out in a safe place for a while. With enough supplies exactly." Shizuya's gaze suddenly turned icy. The other man added, "A place like this would be ideal." Shizuya sneered, "I get it. But 4 people in this room is a bit..." Cutting him off, the man in the cap let out a savage laugh. "You're right, but 3 people, that should be just fine." "Right. In the blink of an eye." The man stood up, his eyes bloodshot with killing intent, and swung a metal pipe in a fatal strike toward Shizuya's head. Slash! The bandages tore and scattered into the air. Shizuya's right arm, pulsing with vibrant blue veins, shot up like lightning to block the strike. He caught the bare-handed blow so hard the steel pipe cracked, leaving the man panicked and calling for his accomplices. Nats. That glasses-wearing punk immediately drew a yellow pistol and aimed it straight at him, firing poison-tipped needles that whistled through the air toward Shizuya, who didn't even flinch, tilting his head to dodge by a hair's breadth with superhuman reflexes. His monstrous hand swiped the gun right out of Natsu's grip, and without hesitation Shizuya pivoted and landed a brutal kick to his chest. The guy in the cap roared, "You bastards!" But a powerful backhand slap slammed into his face, sending him flying. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he was completely overwhelmed by Shizuya's strength. The guy with glasses collapsed to the ground, trembling as he looked up at Shizuya, whose right hand now glowed with a brilliant blue energy sword, and he shrieked in terror, "A monster! Did you intentionally take on human form just to trick us?" Shizuya replied coldly, "That's right." Shizuya stepped toward the desperate man with hollow eyes, muttering, "How lucky! Now I really am a monster," before plunging the energy sword down, smashing the yellow gun on the floor. He was no defenseless civilian. He held his glowing sword high, radiating an overwhelming pressure. "Not like the ones you're used to." A voice suddenly rang out from behind, making him freeze. "Stop right there." Shizuya turned, his gaze dropping. I saw a razor-sharp blade pressed against the girl's throat. The 3rd guy with purple hair was holding her hostage, growling a threat. "Back off or this girl dies." The man smirked triumphantly. "You thought you could pull one over on me? I knew it the moment I walked into this room, that this isn't a place where a man lives alone." Pinned down, the girl wheezed apologetically. "I'm sorry, I got caught." Shizuya slowly lowered his hand and sighed. "I'm the one who should be sorry. Everything happened so suddenly. I wasn't prepared and I didn't even notice the target of that woman." Watching his monster arm energy fade, he blamed himself more than anything. "I was such a fool. I assumed she was completely safe just because the monsters didn't attack her. In the end, I overlooked the most terrifying existence in this fallen world. Shizuya's icy eyes swept over the three thugs creatures known as humans, and a suffocating tension filled the air while the glasses-wearing guy scrambled to get back up, as Shizuya stood facing the purple-haired guy holding the girl. The thug looked visibly nervous, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, "I was just looking for an empty room. Like always, I smelled something good, so I came to check, but I drew the shortest straw imaginable." He glanced fearfully at Shizuya's bizarre right arm. "What the hell is that thing?" Shizuya kept his composure and offered, "Let's trade hostages. Give her up and I'll let you take your buddies and leave." Quickly calculating in his head, the thugs likely didn't know his right arm could be used as a ranged weapon, the purple-haired guy yelled a refusal. "No way, give us 3 more crates of supplies." Suddenly, the girl's eyes flashed with determination. This was her only chance, but before the guy could react, thwack! A massive sharp stone greatsword pierced right through the ceiling. Dropping down, the girl seized the moment of distraction, shoved her elbow back to break free. The purple-haired guy's eyes bulged as blood poured from his mouth, his chest impaled by the giant stone blade. The girl grabbed Shizuya's hand, pulling hard. "This way." A familiar name flashed in Shizuya's mind, Tokiwaki Shizuya, as he ran past the dying thug. Shizuya looked back in shock at the ruthless stone blade. That sword had sliced right through him, and his eyes widened as he realized who had struck from the shadows. The assassin walked in, and the system displayed, Noble Rank 41. Shizuya gritted his teeth. "So it's him." Memories of the rules in Azerland flooded back. In Azerland, when a player is killed by a monster boss or another player and drops items, they enter a bounty of hatred state. The image of the archer reclaiming his gear flashed in his mind. And if they successfully take their revenge, they can reclaim the items they lost. In the nick of time, Shizuya shoved the girl forward. "Go, run ahead." Nats, the guy with glasses, looked up in panic as a massive shadow from above engulfed him. The assassin swung his sword, slicing Natsu down in a single blow. Blood sprayed everywhere, and then Shizuya realized in horror that his target was... The assassin aimed his glowing blade straight at him. Shizuya took a stance. "I'm the prey." The assassin lunged with a powerful strike, and Shizuya instantly raised his energy arm to block. The shockwave blasted through the room. The impact was so massive, combined with the assassin's follow-up kick, that Shizuya was sent flying backward toward the balcony, crashing right through the glass, shattering into pieces, amidst the pouring rain outside. Shizuya fell from the high-rise, and the assassin didn't let up, immediately diving after him to finish the slaughter in mid-air. Shizuya spun around, raising his hand to fire a brilliant energy orb in retaliation, system mana low, but the assassin coldly sliced the magical projectile in two, continuing the descent. Crash. Shizuya slammed hard into a massive concrete slab of the ruins below, sliding through the cold rain. Boom! The assassin landed with a powerful thud. He slammed his sword down, sending water splashing everywhere, and slowly lifted his head, his cold blue eyes locked on Shizuya, who was struggling to run while clutching his aching shoulder. Shizuya bolted through the rain, desperately trying to find a way to shake off this incredibly dangerous enemy. Under the heavy downpour, Shizuya clutched his bleeding shoulder, face twisted in pain. "And this is the first time I've taken a direct hit, but I never expected it to be this powerful." Heavy, ragged breathing echoed through the stairwell leading to the second floor of the building as Shizuya leaned against the wall exhausted and immediately activated the system. Energy absorption activated, coupled with a holy light blessing to heal my own wounds. As I watch the blue light mend my injuries, I contemplate that I've finally managed to adapt. Combining items from various classes creates a superior skill set. But in terms of pure physical strength, I'm still leagues behind an elite-tier monster. Strike right now. A heavy armored foot crushes a puddle on the concrete floor. The shadow assassin has caught up, swinging a razor-sharp blade that radiates a suffocating killing intent. Without a second's hesitation, Shizuya springs up, unleashing a blast of energy straight at the enemy. Mana surges and a series of fiery explosions hit the target. But the monster still aggressive tears through the smoke with supernatural speed. Its black form streaks past the fourth-floor sign, closing in on its prey. On arrow suddenly whistles down from above, a sniping technique. He reflexively flicks the arrow away, and at that very moment, Shizuya nimbly swings his great energy sword to counterattack. A powerful strike, whoosh! A massive shockwave of sword aura tears through the air from above, crashing down instantly. It launches a counterstrike, and he barely dodges, sliding down the stairs below. Shizuya looks up, and the enemy above, a faint smirk forming, just as I thought. He continues unleashing heavy firepower upward to stall the assassin's advance. His mind races. It's just like in a game. The enemy info on the minimap is just two-dimensional graphics. It doesn't account for the Z-axis, the height. fully utilizing the complex cramped layout of the stairwell. I conclude that instead of running away, the best strategy is to force a showdown in this tight space. With the height difference and limited field of vision, the monster steps into a puddle of yellow liquid spilled from an overturned plastic jug while Shizuya continues calculating. But strategy alone isn't enough if I don't kill him right here. He'll keep hunting me! Shizuya leaps into the air and hurls a flaming orb straight toward the puddle. The fire hits the flammable fuel beneath his feet. The assassin is instantly engulfed in a violent eruption. Boom! A shockwave blasts out, shattering the building's glass windows, tearing through the rainy night. The stairwell is suddenly plunged into a sea of red flames, burning everything. Shizuya steps back to observe, but through the savage fire, the silhouette of the assassin still stands tall. Shizuya's eyes widen in disbelief. He can't fathom the enemy's terrifying durability as the monster walks out of the inferno. Its whole body emits a protective green glow. It activated a cleric-class skill, Holy Breath. Shizuya frowns, realizing the bitter truth. Could it be? Are there other shadows lurking around here, backing him up? The assassin charges through the glass frame. Countless attacks rain down on it, but it doesn't even bother to dodge. As he scrambles up to the higher floors, dripping with sweat, Shizuya analyzes the situation. I noticed it when facing them before, but these guys are on a completely different level than the monsters. I fought in memories of the train battle flash through his mind, that incident on the train. I survived, only because it was the skill I already knew, and I could use the terrain to my advantage. But there's no way these guys will give me a second chance. Crack! A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the pitch-black sky outside the building. Mingling with the rumbling thunder, it signals that an uncompromising fight to the death is about to begin. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the pitch-black sky outside the building. Shizuya exclaims in surprise, "Is that?" Suddenly an idea flashes through his mind. That's it! He bolts up the stairs, searching for the perfect position. What if I try this? He runs straight out onto the building's rooftop. Down in the courtyard, a pair of shoes splashes into a rainwater puddle. She looks up anxiously, whispering his name, Tokiwaki Shizuya. A terrifying sound echoes from the building. Is Tokiwaki Shizuya okay? Suddenly she notices a cloaked enemy releasing pulses of green energy. She frowns, wondering, I wonder if this guy is an ally of that. The one from before? No. She clutches her chest, feeling uneasy. This situation is even worse than last time. But what can I do? Isn't there any way for me to help? She spots a car nearby. An idea flashes. That's it if I use this. She opens the car door, one hand gripping the steering wheel and gear shift. Her gaze turns determined, something only I can do, something that won't make them target me. The monster stands tall as if completely unaware. The city sky is blanketed by blue lightning bolts. Shizuya stands on the rooftop, gasping for air in the rain. The shadow assassin steps out from a doorway, its body radiating a cold green aura. Facing Shizuya, he smirks. It seems the assassin is taking flight, preparing to land a finishing blow. I've been backed into a corner. He grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with the will to fight. I will accept it right here on the rooftop. The final confrontation begins. A giant magic circle appears beneath Shizuya, and the enemy emitting blue lightning. Shizuya struggles to block the attack with his hands. At the same time, Shizuya is being targeted by the assassin's comrade. Suddenly from above, Sasuke swings a giant hammer down, roaring, "Who the hell do you think you're aiming at with that bow?" A horrific shockwave erupts as Sasuke slams the hammer down. The body of the enemy lies motionless, its weapon flung far away. She lands on the ground, looking toward the enemy, a mechanical angel. Sasuke, are you going to keep challenging me, or are you just going to shove that goal aside and fight me for real, relying on his own kind? Sasuke roared and lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Furious, a deafening explosion echoed as Sasuke slammed his massive hammer into the ground, aiming straight for the mechanical angel. However, the enemy nimbly dodged, firing a grappling spear through the rain, swinging himself up to the side of a high-rise to evade. Sasuke kicked off the wall, his razor-sharp gaze tracking the shadow of the monster hovering between the skyscrapers. Under the pouring rain, the girl grimaced with pure disgust, sneering loudly. "And you call yourself an elite? I don't feel an ounce of fighting spirit from you, Sasuke. It's pathetic." Looking down at the roaring blue lightning in the distance, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "I'm actually jealous of the guy causing all that chaos down there." Even so, that one. Cut to the rooftop battle. Sasuke wondered from afar who it could be, while Shizuya was locked in a fierce clash with the shadow assassin. A sharp blade swiped across Shizuya's face, leaving a fresh bleeding cut on his cheek. He lunged back like a phantom, pinning the assassin down with a powerful high-altitude strike, swinging his blade downward. Green energy glowed brilliantly on the assassin's blade. Shizuya hurriedly slid back across the slick, wet floor to keep a safe distance. Suddenly, currents, Green energy began to surge around the assassin's arm. He muttered, activating his recovery skill, Holy Breath. Shizuya gasped for air, his forehead drenched in sweat. I thought to himself, if I don't sever the link between him and his allies, he'll keep healing. If this keeps up, I'm the one who's going to be drained dry. Not letting him rest, the enemy dashed forward again, slashing with wind-tearing strikes that left blinding green trails. As he struggled to dodge, he analyzed, if I can just take out the support, if I can just stop that holy breath, I'll have a chance to win. But how? Just then the assassin leaped high, slamming his sword toward Shizuya's head with terrifying force. Suddenly he froze, a glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. The link was broken. Could the mage have already been taken out? Looking down at the street below, he was stunned to see that car. Could it be her Ichiro? Below on the court. Ichiro was gritting her teeth, flooring the gas, her face radiating absolute determination. She screamed, "That's right!" She drove the car straight at the archer, who stood with his back turned, smugly thinking, just as I predicted, seems he won't counterattack. Her small hand tightened around the gear shift. Her eyes flashed with recklessness. If that's the case, then... But instantly a green energy arrow whizzed past her face at lightning speed, blowing him backward, nimbly dodging the head-on collision with the car. Ichiro's eyes went wide with shock, cold sweat breaking out. From the shadows, the enemy revealed his face hidden by long hair and a mask. He raised his glowing bow high, aiming coldly at her, his voice dripping with sarcasm under the rain. So a civilian brat dares to fight back, huh? The car screeched to a halt. He walked slowly toward her and continued, "Getting involved in things outside the mission isn't my style, but..." His eyes turned malicious, staring down at Ichiro. A support-type elite monster can't coordinate with allies. You don't see that often, do you? At the same time, on the rooftop, Shizuya hurriedly kicked off a puddle, sliding back to dodge. Boom! The shadow assassin stomped hard, and a violent burst of blue energy surged straight toward him, seeing the enemy swing his blade to create a blinding flash of lightning. Shizuya gritted his teeth and muttered, "Another Leon slash." He ducked low, barely dodging the enemy's deadly aerial cyclone slash, but the very next second, a thunderous kick slammed into his chest, sending Shizuya, spitting blood, gasping in pain. Ugh! His body was blasted backward, his boots carving long furrows as rainwater splashed everywhere. His eyes went wide. Struggling to get back up, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! The assassin landed firmly, ready for the next strike. Shizuya panted, standing unsteadily on the floor. That was dangerous. If that skill had hit just a split second earlier, I definitely would have... He warily watched the monster standing before him. These guys are basically just like the players from Azerland. He dropped to one knee, clutching his chest, calculating, not only are their stats increasing, but their combat skills are getting more refined after every fight. The longer this fight drags on, the more of a disadvantage Feta will be at. Even so, he stood up defiantly, watching the enemy charge straight at him. But in this special battle, stalling for time was his only chance at winning. In the shadows of the rain, Shizuya revealed one eye glowing with a brilliant blue light, speaking coldly, because, just then, crack! A massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, slamming directly into the rooftop with terrifying power. In an instant, the shadow assassin's figure was completely swallowed up by the blinding light of the flickering electrical discharge. Smoke rose from the charred body of the enemy, who stood motionless. A system window appeared. The text read, "Noble, near-death paralyzed, level 41. His hand went limp, his sword dropping to the floor with a metallic clang, followed by a heavy thud. The monster's massive frame collapsed completely in front of Shizuya. Shizuya panted, looking down at the defeated enemy with a smirk. Too bad. Once again, not understanding the terrain seems to be the reason for your defeat. He delivered his cold judgment to the assassin, who lay motionless under the rain. This time you lost to the laws of this world. He jerked his thumb toward the antenna sparking with electricity on the roof behind him. Lightning is always attracted to metal in high places. Humans call this a lightning rod. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai used his strength to leap backward repeatedly to gain a safe distance, green light lingering under his footsteps. By the way, I did this to avoid step voltage, as the lightning rod channeled the strike down. Standing hunched over before the defeated enemy, he sighed softly. Honestly, this wasn't exactly a brilliant strategy either. If Lady Luck hadn't been smiling on me, I'd be the one who got struck by lightning. Without hesitation, Shizuya grabbed the hilt of the enemy's massive, blindingly powerful sword, deciding to take a gamble. He slammed it straight through the monster's body, finishing it off once and for all, then ran to escape the relentless pursuit right before their eyes as the status screen shattered. But Shizuya suddenly frowned in surprise, sweat soaking his face. What the body? Why didn't it disappear? Instantly, a surge of lightning energy erupted violently from the sword embedded in the corpse, and jagged red bolts of electricity began crackling all around the area. An unfamiliar voice rang out full of provocation. Hey, isn't that enough already? You came here to kill us humans, didn't you? Right after that, a deafening explosion, boom, blew away heaps of rubble and sent a blinding, destructive light pouring through the dust of the shattered wall. Sasuke appeared lugging a giant hammer, wearing a savage grin. Nothing's going to get resolved if you lot keep running away. Her red eyes staring back with a manic intensity. Energy sparked wildly around her, and she excitedly looked up to the sky where a massive, glowing, drill-like attack was hurtling straight toward her. Crash! The attack slammed into the ground, destroying everything in its path, but Sasuke had nimbly slid towards the corner of the wall to dodge it, smiling broadly, drenched in sweat. She roared in hysteria. That's it! That's the stuff. It's gotta be like this. Watching the monster's shadow turn and flee into the dark factory area, a teammate's voice crackled through her earpiece, urgently cutting off her high. Wait, Sasuke, don't chase them too far. Sasuke frowned, annoyed, reaching up to touch her comms. Huh, why the hell not? In another area down on the streets, a blue-haired archer mused while analyzing through his earpiece. The elite monster at my location just retreated too. It definitely must have received some kind of order, despite Sasuke yelling angrily through her earpiece. So what if it did? I'm about to lose it over here. The archer just stood there calmly with his back to her vehicle. Beside him, Sasuke's face immediately fell, and she went silent as the archer coldly announced, "We just received orders from the boss to regroup." His silhouette began to fade. That's right. I don't fully understand the situation on your end either, but the boss's orders are absolute. Meanwhile, Khan silently watched, filled with doubt. These guys... Tokiwaki Shizuya had mentioned that they could fight monsters using Sino, but for some reason, they're completely different from Tokiwaki Shizuya. The archer turned back and finished over the radio. That's it then. Regroup at point B. Hearing that, Khan frowned slightly, deducing that from the way he spoke, it seemed he had other cohorts. Shaking off those thoughts, Khan turned sharply away. Her eyes flared with determination and anxiety. Forget it! More importantly, I need to find out what's going on with Tokiwaki Shizuya right now. Amidst the torrential rain and lightning streaking across the night sky, a mysterious shadow stood silently atop a high-rise building, gazing up at a giant bird-like creature. With eyes as red as blood, it perched menacingly on the ledge. The scene shifted to the skyline of a ruined city where helicopters were hovering. A notice board appeared. 102 hours have passed since the darkness invaded. A radio crackled incessantly. Headquarters calling Cat 5, headquarters calling Cat 5. From the helicopter cockpit. An urgent voice continued. We have received a distress signal on the internal frequency. Coordinates 30 degrees 45 minutes north latitude, 120 degrees 45 minutes east longitude. I repeat, you are immediately reassigned to the rescue team. Change course now and execute the extraction mission. Please confirm upon receipt. Staring at the map screen showing the destination, the pilot replied. Headquarters, this is Cat 5. Coordinates received. The medical equipment and capacity of this unit are limited. Rescuing a large number of injured is impossible. Requesting support from other units. Do you copy? The helicopter glided past ruined towers in the twilight. When the voice from headquarters rang out firm and decisive, this is headquarters calling Cat 5. The targets to rescue are 1 male and 1 female, 2 people in total. Pilot, proceed with the rescue. Ending the transmission while descending into the dust-filled ruins, the pilot cautiously asked again. Cat 5 calling headquarters, was that distress signal sent by Unit B. 1830 requesting confirmation. Do you copy? Leaving his doubts behind, the helicopter landed. Instantly, Khan happily huddled behind Shizuya and cheered. Awesome, the rescue team is here. But just as Khan excitedly grabbed the helicopter door and peeked inside, the pilot panicked and shouted, Who the hell are you? Khan blinked, confused, while the pilot broke into a cold sweat and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I heard there was 1 male and 1 female, so I assumed that... Just then, Shizuya stepped forward calmly and cut him off. You thought it was Okamoto Takuto and Kyomoto Akina, right? Making the pilot spin around in shock. How do you know that? Do you know them? Once settled into a seat in the passenger cabin, Shizuya looked down, lost in thought, and began to explain the 2 of them. His voice dropped heavy with sorrow. I took on a rescue mission for refugees and fought side by side with them. Even this radio I'm holding was taken from them. The air grew heavy with silence. As the helicopter lifted off, circling over the ruins of the buildings in heavy silence, the pilot finished hearing the story, looked back with a trace of sadness in his eyes, and spoke up. I understand, but since yesterday there hasn't been a single piece of good news. He toggled the control panel and announced that we had received a new mission. An emergency call to help you guys. We've still got another mission to complete, so we'll drop you two off at the nearest refugee zone. Let's go, let's go. But Shizuya immediately cut him off. Wait a second. Where exactly are you taking us now? Kokon suddenly let out a chew behind him, making the pilot glance back and sigh. Look, this isn't exactly top-secret information, so I suppose I can tell you. He continued. As you probably know, Kaizo City is currently on the front lines of the war against the darkness. That statement startled Shizuya, who thought to himself, these things, they call them darkness. It's exactly the same as the data I see. Could it be that besides me, there's someone else who can see monster information too, unable to hold back his urgency? Shizuya leaned over and grabbed the back of the pilot's seat, demanding loudly, If you're heading to Kaizo City, can you take me with you? What? The pilot was shocked. Kaizo City. Do you have any idea how dangerous that place is? Beads of sweat on his forehead. The pilot anxiously explained to Shizuya's determined gaze, We're going there as reinforcements. There's almost zero chance of coming back alive. He lowered his voice, his expression turning grave. You do understand that, right? Can I ask what your reason is? Kokon listened quietly as Shizuya firmly replied, I have some very important friends in Kaizo City. I won't interfere with your operation. You just need to drop me off when you reach Kaizo City. I can protect myself. The helicopter glided through the white clouds. The pilot's voice sounded full of reluctant respect. That actually sounds reasonable. You've survived for this long. In a ruined city, so you must be pretty tough, huh? Fine. Turning toward the back seat, Kokon tilted her head and curiously asked Shizuya, who was sitting in deep thought. Important friends, huh? Are they even more important than your own life? Seeing him stay silent, she playfully leaned forward with a knowing smile. Could it be a girl, I wonder? Shizuya glanced away and calmly replied, The person living in Kaizo City is a woman, but other people are heading there too. So what about that? Hearing this, Kokon smiled gently, brought a finger to her chin, blinked, and said, I'm so jealous. I wish I had that many friends too. She yawned long and wide, stretched her arms out lazily, and sighed. Watching those propellers spin for so long is making me sleepy, not waiting for his reaction. Kokon shifted closer, rested her head on Shizuya's shoulder, closed her eyes with a bright smile, and said in a sweet voice, You don't mind if I lean on you for a bit, do you? Answering that spoiled request, Shizuya squeezed his eyes shut, let out a tired, long sigh. Sure, suit yourself. A thunderous sound erupted. Shizuya's face showed clear shock and tension. The engines roared and shook violently. The pilot turned around and shouted in a panic. This is Cat 5, we've reached the designated point. It looks like we're under enemy attack. The helicopter lurched and banked sharply. Kokon lost her balance and tumbled over. Panicked, she cried out, Tokiwaki Shizuya, what's happening? Shizuya stayed silent, his eyes cold and sweat beading on his face as he looked outside. The scene before them was horrific, filled with smoke fire and combat helicopters. I thought to himself, this is war. Below on the ground, tanks and soldiers were firing frantically, creating deafening explosions. Suddenly, a massive blue magic circle, glowing brilliantly, appeared right beneath the combat formation. Instantly, lethal bolts of lightning struck down mercilessly, causing the soldiers to scream in agony. Standing atop a nearby building, a humanoid monster with razor-sharp claws was maintaining that magic circle. Seizing the moment, a barrage of missiles from the helicopters zoomed up, targeting the monster's position. A cataclysmic explosion wiped the top of the building away in a sea of brilliant fire. But from the smoke, a winged monster lunged out, aiming straight for the helicopter, just as the radio crackled with confirmation that the target had been neutralized. The monster pounced brutally, tearing at the helicopter. The pilot only had time to scream, We're under attack, requesting backup, before the aircraft exploded into pieces. In the cockpit of Cat 5, the alarm beeped incessantly. The pilot was sweating, looking at the radar screen in horror as the signal vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in an unknown void, a giant hand made of darkness, wreathed in lightning, hovered over a chessboard. The hand ruthlessly grabbed and crushed an angel figurine on the board. Then it reached out and forcefully pulled a rook piece forward. Corresponding to that move in the real world, a giant spiked monster slammed down into the middle of the human infantry formation. The giant swung its massive spiked mace, crazily smashing everything around it in earth-shaking explosions. Witnessing the carnage, Shizuya gritted his teeth, looking out the helicopter window. There is one more reason why I have to get to Kaizo City. The helicopter swerved to dodge a hail of gunfire. He thought to himself, and it's a reason I've never told anyone. Gazing at the skyscraper in the distance, he analyzed that if this reality were truly identical to the game, that tower would be the primary target for players in Azerland. Staring fixedly at the clock tower, Shizuya speculated, a defense tower in a large-scale battlefield, perhaps. The image of a dark, ancient tower flashed through his mind, a coastal region, before he snapped back to reality where the city below was engulfed in a sea of flames and intense airstrikes. The pilot gritted his teeth, focused intently, and opened fire. "Don't you dare mess with us! These weapons were made for modern warfare!" he screamed in desperation as he saw the monster. It glided through the air, easily dodging the bullets. Nothing worked against these creatures. The alarm blared again and the pilot panicked. "What the fire control radar is down," Shizuya calmly reminded him. "It's likely the effect of a barrier. You'll have to aim manually." Shizuya frowned, thinking tensely that in modern warfare information was the most powerful weapon, but it was useless against an enemy with unknown origins. Judging by the enemy's formation, it's as if they know every one of our tactics and countermeasures. He remembered a familiar sight from the game screen earlier. In the game, this is what I deduced after countless failed attempts. Suddenly sensing imminent danger, he whipped around and shouted, "Kokon Ichiro!" causing her to startle and look back. "Mami!" Without hesitation, Shizuya lunged, pushing her toward the open side door. "No time to explain. Can you whistle?" His hand clamped onto her collar, making her blush in confusion as she replied, Yes, but why all of a sudden?" Before she could finish, he shoved her hard toward the empty space behind her. With a decisive force, she stumbled and gasped, "Huh!" Kokon fell freely from the helicopter cabin, screaming loudly amidst the rushing wind as Shizuya gripped the edge of the door. His eyes were cold and decisive as he watched her fall at that very moment. A giant dragon-like monster screeched from below and lunged, brutally attacking the helicopter. In a flash, Shizuya summoned his heavy sword, which glowed with power. Lightning crackled, intercepting the attack. He launched himself out into mid-air, striking a powerful lightning-imbued blow at the dragon's face, abandoning the helicopter. He plunged down to fight the beast, leaving the pilot frozen in fear. "You're—" Shizuya turned back and shouted to the pilot, "Run! Get out of here!" As the shadow of the monster loomed over him, he dove into the void and activated the Brave Banner skill. Wings of brilliant light erupted, boosting his allies' stats. Preparing to face the danger below, a giant maw filled with dragon fangs gaped wide, waiting to swallow him amidst the flares lighting up the night sky. Without hesitation, Shizuya unleashed a terrifying pillar of lightning, activating a powerful attack with a 5-second cooldown, striking the monster's head in the chaotic mid-air scramble. He muttered to himself, "I can't change the outcome of this battle alone, but first I need to land." Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as he felt a surge of an immense force was rushing toward him. A streak of yellow light zoomed past at terrifying speed, slamming into him and forcing him to grit his teeth against the impact. Regaining his balance and looking down, Shizuya gasped, "This is bad," as he saw a dense swarm of dragons below. The aggressive pack roared and surged straight toward him, with sharp beaks and deadly claws. Shizuya struggled and gritted his teeth as he was besieged on all sides by the crazed attacking monsters. He quickly regained his balance, threw a dragon away, and summoned his sword, swinging it with such force that it shattered just to push the pack back. Just then a hand suddenly reached out. It gripped his hand somehow. Kokon was riding a dragon, reaching out to save him. She held his hand tight and pulled him in. Surprised, he asked, "Why did you come back?" Kokon replied, "Why, to save you, of course." Kokon recalled the moment she was pushed. She smiled to herself. "You pushed me without saying a word, which took me by surprise, but I understood what you meant while I was free-falling." She had whistled loudly. If she whistled, a giant shadow from the sky would swoop down to answer the call. "Back in the present," she said confidently to Shizuya as they both rode on its back. "More importantly, will this little guy help us?" But suddenly the monster bucked and dipped its head toward the ground, causing Kokon to scream, "Whoa!" The dragon spiraled out of control, zooming past the buildings. Kokon panicked. "What's happening?" "It was listening to me just a moment ago." Shizuya struggled to hold on and shouted an explanation. "That's because it doesn't see me as an ally in the game. This monster is a griffin, a unit of the order and virtue attribute. It has a linked intelligence trait that instinctively helps players who fall from the sky. The baby griffin lost control because of Shizuya's presence, and it slammed headfirst into the glass of a high-rise building. The impact was massive, shattering the glass and tearing through a large section of the building. The shockwave was violent. Shizuya quickly pulled Kokon into his arms to shield her from the debris as they rolled through the dust. The griffin slid, clawing at the building's exterior glass. Growling in pain and aggression, it glared at the two of them. Shizuya immediately summoned his heavy lightning sword, his gaze cold, preparing to finish it off. He had no other choice. But Kokon shouted, "Wait!" She spread her arms to block him, pleading, "Let me talk to it." Ignoring Shizuya's attempt to stop her, she crawled closer to the giant enraged monster and said softly, "You're scared, aren't you?" She gently placed her hand on its nose, reassuring it. "It's okay. This person won't hurt you. No, he's just like you. He's the benefactor who saved me. Be a good boy. Let's land slowly and put us down, okay?" Shizuya watched Kokon in amazement. His face revealed his shock as he saw her gently tame the ferocious beast. He thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. I've never met a player who could communicate like this before. He reflected on the battles in the game, of course. In a game, for a player, enemies were just numbers that provided experience points and mission completion items. That's because no one in their right mind would ever think to interact with a monster in a game. Back in reality, Shizuya watched her back as she comforted the griffin. That's something only a freak like her Kokon Ichiro would ever do. I kept on thinking, his gaze darkening as he turned that thought over in his mind. She might even be a more unique existence than I am. After a while, the griffin finally agreed to cooperate, took off into the sky, and carried them both across the vast ocean. It flew over the vast expanse and dropped them into the water ever so gently. Shizuya surfaced, gasping for air, while Kokon nearby cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly after the griffin, "Thank you." The griffin's shadow gradually faded behind the full moon. Kokon kept waving, calling out, "Take care," noticing Shizuya, silently watching her. She swam closer, tilted her head, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," he replied, though he had been quiet for no reason. Shizuya just smiled. "No, it's really nothing." They swam to the shore. Shizuya stared ahead, lost in thought, so much had happened. But finally they had reached Kaizo City. When night fell, the two sat resting by a campfire. Kokon brushed her hair back and broke the silence. "What are you going to do now?" Shizuya sighed, his face filled with worry. "To be honest, I never expected the situation to get this bad. The advance of the darkness was too fast, way too fast. This Koto district has already been completely occupied." The flickering firelight illuminated a corner of the ruined city and the bridge spanning the river. Kokon asked again, her voice laced with anxiety, "Where are your friends? Surely they aren't still in the Koto district." "Right. No." Not answering the question, Shizuya quietly stood up, turned his back, and began to walk away. His back exuded a sense of determination. Seeing this, Kokon rushed over, grabbed his arm tightly, and shouted in a panic, "Hey, you can't be serious about going right. It's too dangerous." But Shizuya simply replied with calm, "It's precisely because it's dangerous that I have to go. I can't just turn a blind eye when my friends are in danger." She let go, holding her head and groaning in frustration. He seemed calm, but he was terrifyingly stubborn at times like this. She looked up at him. Suspicious, she asked, "Do you have a plan? You're not planning on going in my place, are you?" She instantly perked up, raising a finger confidently. "That makes sense, right? Since the darkness doesn't attack me anyway, maybe I'd be safer in the Koto district." Shizuya snapped back, "But we don't even know if that trait of yours actually works." "Not forever." Growing impatient, she cut him off. "Enough, just describe your friend to me. You have a photo, don't you?" Seeing Shizuya fall silent, she gave a sly grin. He sighed helplessly. "Ha!" She immediately leaned in close, peering at his phone. "Tomo, let me see. The last offline meetup was about 2 years ago, I think." As she looked at the photos, she commented excitedly, "You look so happy." The man beside him was blushing. "Look at you even posing back then, huh?" Gazing at the woman in the photo, she marveled. "Oh, she's beautiful. She's got such an aura, too. Could she be a lady?" From some wealthy family. Shizuya smiled and explained, "On Hitomi, I don't know what her life is like in the real world, but she's not the type of person you're imagining." This made her mutter, Suddenly, she patted his shoulder excitedly. "I get it now, I'll definitely find her for you, so don't worry." Shizuya could only sigh. "What exactly do you think you understand?" She quickly snatched his phone, tapping away as she said, "I've already saved the meeting location and instructions on what to do if something happens to my phone. Yeah, but be careful." Yeah, don't get too full of yourself because of that little trait of yours," she replied excitedly. Yeah. She happily ran ahead, turning her head back to urge him on. "Hey, let's go, you're in the way." Standing alone by the fire. She raised a hand to her lips and let out a whistle. Her purple eyes flashed with mischief and mystery. Immediately a griffin flew over, flapped its wings, and soared into the distance. He faded into the night under the full moon. Watching the flock of baby dragons flying in the sky, Shizuya thought to himself, his face showing clear concern. Still, she's gotten used to all this way too fast. He leaned back against a tree, his gaze cold as he looked at the flickering fire. A plan was already forming in his mind. "No, of course I don't intend to seriously leave everything to her. I let her go because for my plans from here on out." He looked up at the desolate ruins of the city, his voice firm in his thoughts. "I can't let her get involved." The next day, in another part of the city, the fierce battle continued under the sun. A dark cavalry unit with horses that had glowing red eyes was roaring as they galloped through the streets. The demonic army surged in, sweeping through and spreading chaos and destruction over the human defenses. They easily pierced through the defensive lines. Sharp, cold blades slashed down at soldiers hiding behind a barrier. A soldier screamed into his radio in a panic, "The enemy's main force is cavalry, and archers don't fight in the open, lure them into the park." Meanwhile, from a hiding spot in the bushes, a sniper was aiming straight at a dark mage. But just as the soldier was about to pull the trigger, a dark shadow suddenly appeared right above his target. The mage unleashed a lightning-fast attack. A surge of violent thunder energy streaked straight toward the sniper. The vicious attack was about to hit home. At that critical moment, a mysterious figure lunged out of the forest, kicking the assassin away before the enemy could react. The person drew a gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets. The bullets buried deep into the mage's chest, causing it to stumble back in pain. That hero was... Shizuya stood tall over the monster's corpse. A nearby soldier cheered in relief. "We're saved." "Hey, which unit are you from?" Shizuya coldly swapped it to a new magazine and asked, "Where's the nearest command post? Is it at the station?" The soldier quickly replied, "That's right, 2 more stops on line 1. He frowned slightly. "I see. In the real world, that's Kaizo Station. This location perfectly matches a key point in the game's core," he thought. "If I go there, I might be able to meet the core of humanity." He hurriedly dashed forward, hiding behind a statue as he glanced at his right hand. "I don't know how humanity will react to someone unique like me, so for now I'll hide my right hand." Entering the station area, he encountered a group of soldiers firing on guard against everything around them. Inside the station, he calculated, humanity still controls this area, so the subway must still be running. But suddenly a red laser alarm system was triggered. Automatic turrets from the ceiling all aimed straight at him. He quickly leaped into the air, dodging the hail of bullets. His right arm transformed into a massive, sturdy lightning shield, stopping the gunfire that was raining down. Electrical sparks flashed as the bullets hit the shield, creating deafening explosions. He absorbed the energy from the attack, and a notification screen appeared, "Lightning Mana." The thunder energy converged into a blinding orb of light, which he fired back, destroying the entire automatic gun system. A squad of soldiers rushed out from the tunnel. They pointed their guns at him and shouted, "Intruder detected, get ready to fire!" He hurriedly raised his hands to reassure them. Wait, I'm human. But another soldier was still skeptical. Human, you say? The commanding officer snapped. Then why did he trigger the alarm system meant for the darkness? And what's up with that right hand? Shizuya was stunned. An alarm specifically for shadows, he thought to himself. Why on earth would something like that exist? As far as humanity is concerned, aren't shadows just mysterious creatures that appeared only a few days ago? He spread his arms, trying to explain, this is a long story, but I'm definitely human. But the soldiers just kept cautiously backing away. Shizuya glanced to the side. He sensed a massive surge of killing intent coming from behind the soldiers and muttered, this is bad. A golden rain of bullets tore from the tunnel, hammering into the soldiers. They fired back frantically as a squadron of shadow cavalry, their eyes glowing blood red, came stampeding out of the darkness. This place won't last much longer, and the subway train is still moving. Shizuya calculated, slicing a shadow monster in half as it blocked his path. Without hesitation, he leaped over the stair railing. His coat fluttered in the wind as he dove into the dark, falling freely into the deep tunnel, plunging downward at a dizzying speed. Shizuya landed on the roof of the train with a lightning-infused punch. A massive shockwave erupted, a blue light flashed, and he immediately bolted through the tunnel. The subway train was tearing through the tracks. In the command room, the radar screen suddenly flashed a red warning, all units alert, an unidentified signal is approaching. Quickly contact the commander and intercept the subway in the tunnel. Shizuya focused energy into his right arm, his gaze sharp as he surged forward, ignoring all obstacles. But as he emerged, he gasped in shock. Wait, seriously? Are you guys really going that far? I saw a row of heavily armed soldiers pointing their weapons at him. A red laser sight from one of their rifles had already locked onto him, signaling imminent fire. A large caliber bullet blasted out. Shizuya leaned to the side, dodging the deadly shot by a hair's breadth. He waved his hand, generating a powerful electric current to deflect the subsequent attacks. Sparks flew as Shizuya gritted his teeth, smiling confidently as he felt the power surging within him. This strength, it's even greater than the shadows. He vaulted over the high-speed train, dodging the heavy downpour of bullets and ducking behind a stone pillar. He worried, thinking, this isn't going well. If I don't break through this blockade, I won't be able to talk to them properly. Shizuya activated the weapon on his right arm, hesitant due to the dilemma. It was hard to get through this situation without hurting anyone. Suddenly, a rhythmic clapping sounded, accompanied by a sharp order from a man wearing a ring, cease fire. Shizuya froze, surprised sweat beading on his forehead. As the bewildered soldiers lowered their weapons, a hand holding a tablet showing a system error walked over. Following an investigation, we have confirmed a glitch in the alarm system. From the top of the escalator, a man with blonde hair in a sleek white suit walked down with an air of authority. He's not a shadow. He looked down at the soldiers with icy eyes. He is an ally. Seeing the face of the man who had just appeared, Shizuya was stunned, recognizing him. The scene shifted to the area outside the National Diet Building. Helicopters and troops were densely packed. 144 hours had passed since the shadow invasion at the temporary frontline command center station Tuzai. A heavy warlike atmosphere filled the air. The blond man walked down the steps toward Shizuya and asked, "You're Shizuya Tokarashi, right?" He turned his back to the soldiers. He provoked Shizuya. "Were you planning to slaughter them all if I hadn't shown up?" Shizuya replied coldly, his eyes full of suspicion. "I only came here to request cooperation." I've met this guy somewhere before. He thought, looking down at his feet, remembering the attack earlier. But just now, the blond man turned his head and offered a cryptic, dangerous smile. They were definitely trying to kill you. He casually continued his philosophy, making Shizuya wary. Just because it's wartime doesn't mean showing sincerity will make your enemies go easy on you. The tense dialogue was interrupted by an elderly man with sunglasses walking over. "What's happening now? Representative William, is he one of your comrades too?" The soldiers were still suspicious, keeping their guns pointed. The blond man spread his arms, defending himself. "Oh, come on. It's like we're the ones causing all the trouble." No dialogue content provided for this line, skipping per instructions. Despite the tension, he friendly draped an arm around Shizuya's shoulder and laughed. "This is the first time we've met. This guy just arrived at Tuzai a few hours ago. Due to some technical issues, we couldn't pick up his signal, but he managed to get here on his own." Looking at his own reflection in the other man's sunglasses, Shizuya silently realized. So this guy is also an outkeeper, a holder of an exception. The man glanced at Shizuya's mechanical arm. He smirked meaningfully. "Looks like you're already used to those game-style names, aren't you?" At this moment, the old commander straightened his uniform and solemnly announced, "There will be a meeting in 1 hour. A representative from the Sim Corporation will also attend, so please prepare accordingly." Hearing this, the blond man, William happily waved and asked, "How many people are we allowed to send?" The commander replied coldly before leaving. "At most 2. The scene shifted to a luxurious room. William sat with his legs crossed on a chair and ordered, "First take off your clothes." He pointed to the suit prepared on the bed. "Then go take a shower and change into this." Shizuya immediately raised his hand to refuse, frowning in confusion. "Wait, you don't mean we're going to meet high-ranking military officials dressed like this, do you?" William leaned back in his chair, smiling calculatingly. "You want information first, fine. I'm very interested in you too." Shizuya looked up at the ceiling, digging through his memory of the organization. The Sim Corporation was the 5th-ranked international corporation in the world, founded 200 years ago. Images of their facilities flashed in his mind. Their business operations span everything from electronics and finance to mechanical engineering, covering a vast array of fields. Remind you of that cutting-edge lab with all the high-tech machinery, doesn't it? They are the very people who created Viamo Puzzle Land. Back in reality, Shizuya gripped his hand tight and pressed the man in front of him for an update. "How much of the Sim Corporation have you actually managed to get a hold of?" William tapped on the virtual screen and admitted, "Less than you'd think. The darkness appeared so suddenly that the global network has fallen into chaos. Even I can't keep track of the status of the subsidiaries." Han glanced over at Shizuya. "Let me explain the terminology we're using. That darkness, that's the name that my subordinates taught them to call themselves." Standing behind the frosted glass of the shower room, Shizuya called out, "Am I being targeted because the system identifies me as a darkness?" "No, but it's fine. I have root access to the system so I can register your information." Shizuya let the water pour over him, stunned, and blurted out, "It's only been a week since the darkness appeared and you guys have already built an entire system." William held up a finger to explain, "Before a game is officially released, there's always a beta test. This is just like that. It's true they've only been invading for 5 days, but the overwriting process actually started 2 weeks ago." Shizuya listened in silence, his face fixed on the screen, pondering everything he'd just heard. A world map appeared showing where tests had been secretly conducted in unpopulated areas. But major international organizations and agencies quickly grasped the severity and started sharing information. Shizuya wiped his face, his eyes sharp as he fired back. "But you guys didn't announce any of that to the public, did you?" William closed his eyes and offered a faint, reluctant smile. "You understand, why don't you? Right, doing that would only cause mass panic." Shizuya slicked back his wet hair, deducing, even the way the enemy is named was decided by the heir of the Sim Corporation. Certain powerful and capable people must have already known about the connection between Ozerland and the darkness. Looking up at the showerhead, he analyzed further, but judging by the military's attitude, they don't fully trust Sim. The situation seemed more complicated than what the guy was saying. Shizuya's shadow was cast against the glass door as he challenged him from inside. "But isn't this chaos happening exactly because you guys didn't communicate clearly from the start?" William crossed his arms and replied, "I understand. I'm not trying to make excuses." He looked up at the ceiling. His expression turned serious and helpless. "We only learned of the enemy's existence recently and have been trying to study their characteristics. We have absolutely no idea when or where they will strike or what tactics they use." Shizuya bent down to pick up his clothes while William Sim walked out of the changing room looking composed. The sliding door opened with a sharp creak, revealing the hallway outside. Shizuya stepped out, adjusting his collar, and turned to ask, "Is it really okay to mark an outkeeper like that guy said earlier?" William was fixing his suit buttons and replied calmly, "That's right. Think about analyzing the darkness and setting up a temporary response unit." He glanced toward the changing room. He added, "But it's still in the early stages, so they don't have the skill level you showed during the subway battle." Shizuya threw on a long coat. Hearing William speak in a formal tone, he said, "Forgive me, but for now you'll have to wear this." William walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets and shrugged. "I don't mind. It was just a suggestion. No, I'm not forcing you. We've already leaked the info." "Then you're going to tell the truth, because if not, when the military mentions my right hand, you won't be able to explain it." He turned around, leaning against the wall, and confessed, "I don't know all the details either. What I've gathered from fighting to survive is that this situation is linked to Azrael Jack." A soft metallic clinking sound echoed as Shizuya clenched his mechanical hand. "This right arm?" He stared at the energy veins on his hand, speculating. Maybe it was caused by touching the Sino of the darkness. William snapped his fingers, his eyes lighting up with interest. "Sino, huh? That's the energy circuit. That's the inside the darkness's armor. That's a great name. Let's call it that from now on." He curiously grabbed Shizuya's arm to observe it closely. "It seems different from our tech system. It's as if the power comes straight from the darkness itself. How did you manage?" Suddenly, the high-tech watch on William's wrist started beeping beep beep beep. He glanced at the screen and clicked his tongue in annoyance. T-Skate! Shizuya walked straight toward the meeting room door, his coat fluttering. It's time to talk to those stubborn old men. William placed his hand on the doorknob and looked back at him with a meaningful gaze. Let's continue this conversation later. Kakisubata Shizuya. Shizuya looked him straight in the eye. His identity flashed through his mind, the image of William Sim on the cover of a business magazine. A man who inherited the bloodlines of both Eastern and Western financial dynasties, a genius who had gained power from a young age. With incredible skills and absolute control over the Sim Corporation, this new version of Azurland, there's no way the developer of Azurland would have such shallow information. He couldn't afford to be careless, not even for a second. The World War map appeared with red circles warning of invasions breaking out globally. Kaizo had been the target of the darkness from the very beginning. Columns of light descended from the sky, bringing monsters that devastated the city. They were attacking other areas to scatter our forces while they planned their assault on Kaizo. Once the defense system had been worn down in the meeting room, the large screen displayed the rugged terrain map. We took advantage of the fact that the enemy forces are currently in open terrain to set up a sniper force along the Takano River. As of now, we are holding the enemy back on the east side of the Takano River, the female commanding officer said, pointing to the icons on the map. Reporting on the situation, the enemy forces have retreated from the front line and are currently in Toilan. In other words, their plan to invade Cairo has failed. That's good news. The entire briefing room was heavy with tension around the tactical table as we currently reinforce our defenses and troops in the east. Cairo is keeping a close eye on the Shadow's movements. Suddenly, William raised his hand, cutting the report short, and said with a smile, "May I say a few words?" The old commander, wearing sunglasses, clasped his hands together and asked in a serious tone, "What is it?" William stood next to Shizuya with a defiant grin. "Nothing much. I just have one question." He looked down at the glowing 3D model of the city on the table and asked coldly, "Can they be resurrected?" Shizuya watched in silence while William raised his index finger. "That's impossible, but the shadows can do it." He activated the holographic screen on his sleeve and began to explain. After analyzing a captured shadow, we discovered two components. An image of the monster's structural analysis appeared on the big screen, and the female officer watched intently. First, the outer shell. It cannot be destroyed by conventional attacks. The display shifted to show the blue energy circuit system inside. Even if we crack it, that doesn't mean the shadow is defeated because its true body is the energy source beneath the shell. We will call it... He glanced at Shizuya, smirking, using the term you just coined, shinobi. From now on, an image of a monster regenerating its broken arm appeared. Shinobi can absorb natural elements to repair its damaged outer shell. A glowing core crystal lay amidst the ruins, surrounded by the shadows of other monsters. So, even if we destroy the outer shell as long as the core is there, the core will regenerate after some time. The female officer turned back to look at them, her expression stern but impatient. I have reviewed the valuable research you provided, but today's goal is to build a strategy to fight the shadows. Shizuya stepped forward, his cold eyes fixed on those in the room, interrupting their thoughts. What he is trying to say is... Shizuya stepped up, his expression determined. We cannot categorize shadows the same way we categorize humans, so we cannot use human-killing strategies against shadows. They won't be effective. The old commander, wearing sunglasses, clasped his hands and asked seriously, "You mean to say even if we throw 1,000 soldiers at a shadow?" Suddenly, William cut the commander off. "Then they would just be eaten and we would lose." He leaned forward, his cold gaze overwhelming. "Our soldiers need to be faster. We will be at a disadvantage if the battle drags on." William turned away arrogantly while Shizuya secretly doubted him. His story was convincing, but there must be a reason he was pushing the military to attack. Shizuya pondered thoughtfully. He had confirmed the shadows would attack Kaizo exactly the same way they attacked Bloom Tower in the game. The images of the fictional battle and reality overlapped in his mind, the war in the game and the real war. He realized the crux of the problem. The biggest difference is that no matter how many small fries we kill, it's useless. The condition for victory is to defeat the dungeon boss. The memory of the victory notification in the game returned. The Szechuan Tofu team has defeated the Amber boss in 6 minutes. Shizuya stared at the glowing city map. If that is true, then the Shadow's next target will be... His gaze became sharp and intensely focused as he pieced the clues together. William spread his arms and declared enthusiastically, "In other words, the only thing we should do, we can do is destroy each of the Shadow's spawn points and drive them off this planet." The virtual chess pieces on the tactical table moved under William's control. A mysterious, calculating smirk appeared on William's face. He pointed to a high-rise building on the 3D map and said loudly, "Right here." This startled Shizuya, who asked, "What?" The female officer next to him realized the location. She spoke up, "That is the headquarters of the Red Sun Corporation." Shizuya's pupils contracted in shock upon hearing that name. Red Sun. He was stunned, comparing the images in his memory to reality. This is coincidence. The location of the Arizona facility in Bloom Tower is identical to the Red Sun headquarters. The image of the dark-chained tower appeared. So the chairman of Red Sun is the boss of Bloom Tower. A giant six-armed demon statue enveloped the tower in a thunderous storm. Realizing the danger, Shizuya shouted frantically to the defensive officers there. "How is the situation? Have you observed any abnormal activity from the shadows?" A soldier stammered, That. Not waiting for an answer, Shizuya immediately turned to dash off to save them, but thwack! William lunged, grabbing his shoulder to stop him. He leaned his face close to Shizuya's, his eyes threatening, and whispered through gritted teeth, "Could you be silent for 1 second?" William let go and picked up a metal cup on the table, saying loudly to deflect, "I understand what you mean. We should take the initiative." The old commander took a sip of water. "The staff will consider this matter seriously. Today's meeting is adjourned." As everyone left the briefing room one by one, the atmosphere turned quiet. In the hallway, Shizuya followed right behind William. He angrily questioned, "Why didn't you tell them?" He stared at William's back and asked sharply, "An attack might be a reasonable choice, but you didn't mention any defensive strategy at all." William stopped his expression, showing a flash of sadness and helplessness. He replied softly, "At first I agreed with you." William stood by the window looking at the scene outside and mused, "But the connection between the game and real life has not been officially recognized. Even if we brought this up in the meeting, they wouldn't understand." He turned back, a face wearing an expression of faint arrogance and mystery. "Something even 99% of players in this game don't understand. We don't need to share everything." Shizuya stepped forward, anxious and questioning. "But if the army only builds its forces at Kaizo, who will protect Richson if it gets attacked?" Replying to that concern, a cryptic, sardonic smirk played on William's face as he watched Shizuya through the window's reflection. He coolly countered, "Who said that's all we're doing?" Down at the military airfield, the rhythmic thwack-thwack of helicopter rotors filled the air as a squadron landed. Through the dust and smoke, a suit of armor appeared bearing a K symbol. Gleaming on the metal shoulder guard, a group of heavily armed soldiers led by a massive figure in a mask stepped out with imposing power. Looking down from above, William and Shizuya observed the entire formation. Shizuya narrowed his eyes at the strangers and turned to ask, "Are they your subordinates?" William walked forward with total confidence and declared firmly, "That's right. They are the members of the old keeper I told you about." He turned back to look at Shizuya with sharp, calculating eyes. "And they are my trump card for protecting Resin." William patted Shizuya's shoulder hard with a smirk. "Can this many people protect it? Don't underestimate them." Shizuya gasped in shock, sweat beading on his forehead. "According to my research, they're just as strong as you." "Do they also have the power of the Sino?" William closed his eyes with a slight smile and gestured, "Come on, Shizuya, follow me. I'll introduce you. But honestly, your power is better. It's much more interesting." Shizuya remained silent, his gaze still filled with doubt, but he followed him anyway. William led him down to the field. He pointed toward the army. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Shizuya Kamahata. He's also an old keeper just like you all." Shizuya observed the giant standing in front of him. He silently assessed the gear exactly the same as in the game and the formation of warriors standing tall with all sorts of weapons. He commented, "Hello, it seems the heroes from the game have finally gathered together." William looked up at the giant and coldly ordered, "Report mission status." The masked captain adjusted his collar and reported objective achieved, but there was some trouble along the way. William stuffed both hands into his pockets, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Trouble?" A red-haired guy standing nearby clicked his tongue and interrupted irritably, "That wasn't a big deal." The captain reported calmly, "The team leader Hosoda let his guard down and was captured by the enemy ahead of schedule. No casualties as the enemy rank was low." Hearing his name mentioned the red-haired guy, Hosoda pointed at the captain and shouted, "Why are you complaining, Captain?" The masked captain replied unflappably, ignoring his comrade's anger, "I am only reporting the facts. Decisions are made by the boss." Suddenly, William shouted, making the air grow heavy, "Shut your mouth!" He walked toward the red-haired guy with eyes as cold as ice. "You've worked hard. Go get some rest." "Fine." William brushed past him and dropped a heavy threat. "You know there are plenty of people who can replace you. Right, Hosoda?" The red-haired guy turned pale with fear. William turned and walked away, ordering, "Dismissed. See you in 1 hour." Leaving Hosoda behind, gritting his teeth and muttering furiously, "Damn it, I'm watching you." The silhouette of the silver-haired masked captain, with a ship's wheel emblem, he faded away. He let out a weary sigh. Being a captain is truly exhausting. William and Shizuya stood facing a huge warrior. The one with the iron mask walked up silently. Shizuya's eyes sharpened as he looked at the giant exuding an intense killing aura. He glanced back at the massive greatsword on the giant's back. Shizuya stood in deep thought, not saying a word, when a voice suddenly came from ahead. Seeing that familiar ship's wheel, he gasped, Why are you here, Shizuya?" He looked slightly surprised at the man standing in the middle of the military training ground. You are." The captain smiled kindly and removed his mask. Looking at the iron, he asked happily, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Shizuya's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed joyfully, "Magi!" Magi laughed heartily, clapping his hands to welcome an old acquaintance. "Ha, long time no see! Why are you in a place like this?" Shizuya smiled slightly, gesturing with his thumb behind him. "A lot happened, and I was brought here by that otaku boss." Hearing this, Magi asked in surprise, "William is interested in you," while Shizuya gave a strained smile and muttered, "He said as much, but I keep feeling like something's wrong." He quickly changed the subject, looking at Magi inquisitively. But more than that, Shizuya's gaze became serious as he questioned, "Why are you associating with these people?" looking down at the army formation below. Magi sighed and signaled, "It's a long story. Let's go somewhere else to talk." The two of them went to a sports bar glittering with neon lights where armed guards stood strictly at the door. Entering the bustling bar, they found a secluded corner. They high-fived and sat down. Picking up his beer, Magi started to recount, "A darkness suddenly appeared and I almost died in Kaizo. Luckily, William helped me become a player." Azurland glanced at the red-haired Hosoda, who was sitting and drinking arrogantly in the distance. Shizuya remarked bluntly, "But this doesn't look like a good life at all." Magi gave a bitter smile and admitted, "Yeah, there's definitely a lot of trouble." He threw his head back, took a large gulp of beer, set the glass down, and said refreshingly, "That's delicious." Magi continued to explain with a humorous tone, "The old keeper Hosoda was supposed to be the captain, but he's too terrifying. I had to make a huge sacrifice. I got noticed, so I was pushed to be the captain instead." Ha! Shizuya didn't join in the joke. His gaze was stern as he asked directly, "Has your superpower awakened yet?" Meiji's expression darkened. He placed a hand on his chest and explained, "To be honest, not exactly. They implanted a technology similar to a dark circuit into my body." Lightning yellow sparks suddenly crackled across his arm as he continued, "But it has its limits. The megapixel count isn't as abundant as it is in the game, and the number of skills I can use is restricted. I can't regenerate megapixels normally either, so I have to head back to the Sim Corporation to recharge." "Recharge, huh?" Meiji leaned his arm on the table, curious. "Are you all right? So did you come here because William called you?" Suddenly, the red-haired guy, Hoshida, jumped to his feet, glaring hostilely as he stepped forward. "Hey, Captain, this bar is for insiders only. Isn't it a bit messed up to bring an outsider in here?" He eyed Shizuya up and down while Meiji quickly raised a hand to intervene. "Don't worry, the boss personally called him here." But Hoshida just got angrier, his neck veins bulging as he barked, "You're hiding behind the boss again, aren't you? Should I beat him into a pulp?" He leaned in close to Shizuya's face, menacingly growling, "Listen here, kid. You're just a brat. You're plotting to become the vice captain, aren't you?" Slam. Meiji slammed his hand onto the table, stood up abruptly, and glared at him, shouting, "Knock it off!" This was the boss's call. Are you planning to defy him? Amidst the escalating tension, the clip-clop of footsteps echoed slowly from the bar entrance. William and a giant man wielding a greatsword arrived. A scantily clad female warrior nearby spoke up. "Saito and Hoshida are fighting again." She pointed her finger toward the corner of the room. "Over there, on this side." Hoshida had lunged forward, grabbing Meiji by the collar, causing William to squint from a distance. Hoshida gritted his teeth, threatening Meiji, "You're a total idiot. You're just a support-class healer. I'm a frontline melee warrior who deals damage. You really think you can take me on?" Without hesitation, he slammed Meiji, sending him flying across a table right in front of Shizuya. Hoshida roared maniacally, his hands erupting into a giant burning flame. "I'll show you what divine power looks like." Shizuya clicked his tongue and immediately lunged forward to catch the collapsing Meiji, grumbling to himself, "Damn it, how the hell has this idiot survived this long?" Before the flames could descend, William took a step forward and shouted with authority, "Stop!" The flames on Hoshida's head flickered out instantly. William walked over coldly to warn Hoshida, "Do you have any idea where you are right now?" If you use Zenin inside a military base, you'll be dragged before a court-martial. Hoshida pointed at Shizuya, spitefully snitching to William. Boss, this brat snuck into our bar and the captain is defending him. Don't you think he could be a spy? William placed a hand on Shizuya's shoulder and calmly replied, Don't make me repeat myself. He is my friend. He cast a glare at Hoshida, his eyes as sharp as daggers. His voice dropped heavy with a threat. Never let me hear you say that again. William barked the order, stand down, causing Hoshida to fearfully bow his head in submission. Yes, sir. He immediately turned to Shizuya and offered a fake friendly smile. My apologies for that. I haven't trained them well enough. You aren't hurt, are you? Meiji approached, scratching his head with a sheepish laugh. I'm just glad you showed up before Shizuya could throw a punch. Shizuya looked at Meiji, his eyes still filled with suspicion and confusion. Hey, Meiji, don't you find this weird? I've never even met that guy before. Why is he being so openly hostile toward me? Meiji rested his chin on his hand, reflecting slowly. He has no self-respect, but he's not about to give up his power either. He probably thinks that if he loses his position as vice-captain, he'll have no place left in the team. He sighed, looking ahead with a determined expression. The next mission is about to start. I can't let him drag us down any further. William walked over and patted Meiji on the shoulder to reassure him, relax. He's still young and hot-headed, that's not necessarily a bad thing. He just needs a little bit of guidance. Hai is also a valuable ally. When it's crunch time, he'll pull through. Shizuya gave a slight nod and replied, Right, I understand. William draped an arm over Shizuya's shoulder, pulling him forward. All right then. In that case, you should prepare yourself too. Honestly, we need you for the next mission. Meiji happily threw an arm around Shizuya from the other side. Excitedly, he said, It's awesome to have you here. It puts my mind at ease. I wouldn't be this confident without your strength. Shizuya turned to Meiji and asked straight to the point, What's the next mission? Meiji explained seriously, We're going to protect a certain executive from Risen. You know Risen is facing the Bloom Tower, right? He leaned in close to Shizuya's ear and whispered, This attack will suppress most of the darkness, but there's still a chance that elite monsters will ambush us just like that time we took down the Bloom Tower back then. Meiji pointed toward the waiting vehicle, and this time, the boss himself was going along. In another room, the elderly commander asked the female officer if all preparations were ready. She replied decisively that all members had gathered and were ready to depart at any moment. The female officer continued her report with a worried expression. And what about the SimCorp? It seems William is trying to do something by gathering all the AI keepers. The commander slammed his cup onto the table. How cold-blooded, sending the military to the front lines while they play games behind our backs. Have the orders been sent out yet? The female officer replied solemnly, Yes, Commander. The mission parameters state that we should only use suppression fire and are forbidden from making a preemptive strike. You also instructed they must keep a close watch on the Sim Corporation's movements. The commander turned his back to look out the window and ordered, Good. Tell them the operation begins in 120 minutes. I thought to himself with grim determination, William Sim, let's see what you're really up to. In another location. William stood on the ledge of a high-rise building explaining the plan. This mission takes place outside of humanity's protected zone. The attacks of the shadows could happen at any time. So to ensure our safety, we will not travel on the surface. We will use the underground tunnels to approach Richson without being noticed. A voice called out from below, Boss, the subway line has been secured. William jumped down and signaled to the team, All right, everyone, let's move out. Hoshida muttered with a sullen face when he saw Shizuya. Damn it, why is that piece of trash here too? The masked, silver-haired captain calmly reminded him, The boss has his reasons, we just need to follow orders. The female warrior also spoke up to discourage him. That guy seems close to the captain. For your own safety, it's best not to mess with him. If they refuse to treat our wounds, we're dead. So, don't drag us into your mess. Hoshida gritted his teeth, thinking resentfully, If the boss wasn't backing him up, I would have smashed him to pieces already. A guy in a white lab coat approached William and asked in a low voice, Should I go teach him a lesson? In the hallway. William gave instructions to his subordinate. Let them do whatever they want. Right now we have bigger things to worry about. The other man bowed and replied, Understood. At the same time, Meiji was adjusting the communication device on his arm. Seeing the captain's pensive expression, Shizuya stepped forward and asked, Is something wrong? Meiji was startled and replied, No, it's nothing. Shizuya turned away. His eyes were deep in thought. Is it really okay to mark the AI keepers like that man said earlier? Am I really just an outsider here? Huh! The group entered the main hall. William announced, We have arrived at the resin building. From here, we will fight the shadows. William stood in front of the formation and loudly ordered, Everyone prepare to fight, but our mission is not to defeat the enemy. Our goal is to locate the target. Meiji turned to assign tasks. Kakisubata, can I trust you and Saito to hold the rear? Shizuya nodded, his sharp eyes responding briefly. Got it. Meiji's body began to emit a surge of energy. He said confidently, leave it to me. The large door opened and a brilliant light shone upon the team. They shouted in unison, let's go, and stepped inside. Shizuya looked at the status board displayed before him, silently assessing his strength as being on par with a level 40 player without equipment. But the initial battles shouldn't be a problem. He looked down at his right arm, which was carefully covered to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's better if I keep quiet about the Sino. Suddenly in front of them, shadow soldiers wearing armor filled with sharp spikes stood blocking the path on top of the rubble. The moonlight shone down on the cold iron armor and their eyes glowed with a threatening blue light. Looking down from above, William's team encountered the enemy right at the entrance to the escalator. Meiji immediately held up his hand and shouted, everyone stop! Get into defensive formation immediately! The team members darted out, leaving trails of blue light as they deployed into combat formation. Meiji commanded decisively, Nokia and Yuki hold off the shadows, Hosoda and Raito support the others and break through their encirclement. The members replied in unison, understood. Their faces tightened, ready for battle. Hosoda hoisted his greatsword onto his shoulder and sneered at the blue enemies in front of him. All right. He swung his sword down with a powerful strike accompanied by a shout, die, creating a flash of brilliant golden light. Clang. The sword collided heavily with the enemy, creating sparks and violent shockwaves. Hosoda continued his frenzied attack, take this. Meanwhile, Meiji thought to himself, he's a good guy outside of battle, but once he draws his sword, he's like a different person. The giant. Nokia lunged, grabbing the enemy tightly and shouting, got him. Nice work. Nokia, Yuki, support us. Yuki leaped down from above, dual blades in hand, ready to finish off the enemy being held by Nokia. Understood. After a series of lightning-fast attacks, Hosoda stood tall amidst the dissolving digital fragments. The enemy had been defeated. Observing the battle, Shizuya turned to praise Meiji. I didn't expect your command skills to have improved so much since the last time we met. Meiji smiled modestly, leaning against the rudder behind him. What are you talking about? I learned that from spending too much time with you. But compared to you, I'm still just a rookie. Shizuya placed his hand on the steering wheel, looking his old friend straight in the eyes. Have confidence. This is a real battlefield. They follow you because they trust you, and your job is to be a leader. Be worthy of their expectations. Hearing those encouraging words, Meiji's gaze turned resolute. He nodded slightly. Yeah, I know. Meanwhile, Shizuya watched as Meiji confidently stepped forward, signaling to him, leave the regular shadow creeps to me. Meiji was worried, but Shizuya remained silently concerned. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield. But if an elite shadow like a noble appears, half of us won't make it out alive. At that moment, a warning shout rang out. Behind her, a massive golden beam of energy descended from above, creating a shockwave explosion that sent everything flying. Out of the dust, a giant knight in iron armor appeared, wielding a shield that burned with blue flames. Hosoda was thrown back by the immense pressure. He roared, ordering his team to fall back. The Shadow Knight swung his shield, tearing up the ground and sending powerful shockwaves that shredded their formation. Seeing the critical situation, Meiji hurriedly shouted commands to everyone. Move out. As the team struggled to navigate through the rain of debris, a fiery red spark suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky, making Hosoda look up in horror. What the hell is that? Meiji turned pale and screamed to update them. Damn it! It's an elite noble reinforcement. A red-robed mage floated down, unleashing a fireball. Meiji immediately ordered the group. Retreat now. Boom. The massive fireball slammed into the ground, creating a fierce sea of flames right in front of them. Hosoda gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger and ambition. Damn it! I won't let anyone steal this spotlight. I'll take it down myself. Ignoring the retreat order, he lunged straight into the sea of flames, throwing his arms wide in defiance. Bring it on, I'll kill you right here. Flames erupted violently, engulfing his body. Hosoda charged madly at the enemy. Meiji and Shizuya watched in panic. Meiji screamed helplessly, that idiot, does he want to die? From above, the enemy countered with an even larger fireball hurtling down toward Hosoda. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the ground violently, swallowed by the hellfire. Hosoda collapsed, his face blank as he looked at the overwhelming power before him, stammering, No way! Just then, a figure streaked by at lightning speed, leaving a blue trail of light across the air. Ken Suzuya arrived just in time, using his sword to block the lethal attack aimed at Hosoda. It created a massive shockwave. He swung his sword in a decisive arc. A blue gust of wind split the sea of red flames in two. Meiji rushed over to catch Hosoda, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" But Hosoda stubbornly brushed him off. "Shut your mouth!" Shizuya stood in front, barking orders at both of them. "Shizuya, let's retreat." Meiji also shouted, "You go first, fall back now." Shizuya turned his head back and smirked confidently. "A noble this size, not a problem." He raised his sword high, activating a support skill. His entire body glowed with a blue aura. Gray Fred be brave immediately after. He soared into the air, unleashing a devastating attack. Lion Slash, a massive blade of energy swept down. Two shadow assassins were knocked far back. Their bodies dissolved into nothingness. After dealing with the enemies, Shizuya looked up at the shattered windows of the nearby skyscraper, where danger still lurked. The battle ended. The group gathered in the safe room. William checked on Hosoda's condition. "How is he?" Meiji, while bandaging him, replied, "It's just a slight sprain. He'll be fine." Suddenly, a massive iron-spiked ball shattered the glass and flew in. Meiji startled and screamed, "We're under attack!" Meiji looked at the ball in terror. The spikes were swinging with the force of 1,000 pounds. A giant monster stood outside, spinning the chain to control the spiked ball attacking inside. Meiji saw his teammates in danger. He roared a warning, "Reito, look out!" and threw himself forward arms wide to create a blue energy shield to block the blow. "Ugh!" Meiji groaned in pain as he took the full impact to protect Hosoda and Reito. They were all pushed back. Through the hole in the wall, a giant iron-armored knight holding a chainsaw stepped in, radiating a cold, murderous intent, followed by another carrying the spiked ball. Their heavy footsteps shook the floor. The spiked ball dragged along the ground, creating a grating metallic sound. Yuki saw the enemy and muttered in confusion, "A sea golem." Shizuya observed, calmly analyzing, "No, a sea golem protector wouldn't attack on its own, and it's holding tools, not weapons." Shizuya stood next to Meiji, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation precisely. Sea golems don't attack on their own initiative. In the distance, he looked toward William. "Even among those nobles, that's a rare type, a disturber." "A disturber? That's a production type. It shouldn't have any attack power, but it can freely control large golems. Usually, to maintain game balance, large golems aren't used for combat. They're meant for transport and construction. However, some players discovered that by using Teos and the right equipment system, they can outfit large golems like a suit of armor." He concluded the enemy's method of operation. By doing this, they can put the mind of a disturber inside a large golem and modify it. Shizuya thought to himself, sweat beading on his forehead as he looked into the enemy's eyes. "But Teos is a rare item. I never thought I'd see one in a place like this." As expected of an elite shadow, he deduced the severity of the situation. There's an elite shadow team nearby, and it's not just one unit. Suddenly, the giant spiked ball was raised high again, preparing to strike with a thunderous blow. Meiji saw the imminent danger and shouted to warn his team, "Get down!" Thud. The spiked ball collided powerfully. Meiji used his own body to shield Hosoda as they ducked. Shizuya hurriedly ordered a retreat. "This terrain puts us at a disadvantage. Let's get out of here first. I'll buy everyone some time." He put Meiji down, turned around, and activated a skill. Sharp ice blocks rose up all around them, a defensive formation. A blast. A powerful shockwave slammed into the blue ice blocks that Shizuya had just created to block the attack. Meiji shouted in extreme anxiety as he saw cracks forming on the ice shield. "Your shield won't hold for long. Fall back now, you hear me?" But Shizuya smirked with confidence and excitement. "Now, finally, I can really cut loose." He created a patch of ice beneath his feet, gliding across the slippery floor like a professional figure skater. Meiji anxiously called out after him, "Shizuya, are you okay?" But Shizuya simply replied, "Get out of here before the shadow beasts arrive." A chainsaw screeched piercingly as a massive blade sliced through the air. "Looks like they aren't going to let us leave easily." The giant golem rumbled as it stepped out of the dust, a spinning chainsaw attached to its left arm. Shizuya skated on the ice, facing the hulking enemy charging toward them. "We'll have to take them down right here." He turned his head and shouted, "Maggie, I need your support!" Maggie immediately responded with determination. "Got it." William also ordered the remaining members, Hosoda, Lauren, you two too. "Help them out!" Both replied in unison. "Understood." Hosoda's hand burst into flames, muttering reluctantly, "I have to support that brat, fine, whatever. Whatever. I'll show him some real support." He waved his hand, unleashing a massive blast of fire forward, yelling, "Get out of my sight, all of you." Seeing the fire erupt violently on the ground, Shizuya stopped abruptly. He looked back with cold, sharp eyes, his face covered in dirt and scratches. Magi grabbed Hosoda's shirt and shouted angrily, "Hosoda! What the hell are you doing?" I can't provide cover fire because you're running around like a maniac, he warned his stubborn teammate sternly. Right now, Shizuya is our only hope. That's my final warning. If you don't want to die, get rid of that petty grudge. Meiji pointed toward the small figure standing before the massive monster. He's betting his life to protect us. Before them, the giant golem raised a massive foot preparing to stomp and crush everything, while tiny Shizuya stood proudly facing it head-on. Shizuya lunged to dodge the earth-shaking attack, secretly terrified by its destructive power. From behind, Meiji shouted, "Support Shizuya! I'm casting haste on you!" Light enveloped his shoes, boosting Shizuya's speed. He replied, "Thanks." With his speed increased, Shizuya dashed straight toward the armored giant blocking the path. Whoosh! He dodged a sword swing by a hair's breadth, leaving a streak of fire in the air. Activating his observational skill, he noticed something strange. Inside the enemy's arm was a fragment of a magic book. Not missing the opportunity, Shizuya launched a fireball directly into a gap in the armor. The monster startled. It staggered as flames erupted from within its body. Seizing the opening, Shizuya slid, dodging the giant blade as it slammed into the ground and closed the distance. He activated rapid mana and calculated the perfect distance. The only fragile part on the disturber's body? He aimed straight at its face at the number 10 etched there. But the true weakness didn't lie there. A loud explosion echoed as it took the hit and collapsed. The head armor shattered. The helmet couldn't withstand the shock and fell apart. From the cracks, he saw what was underneath. It was the disturber's true weakness. Shizuya poured all his power into the finishing move, technical shot. A massive surge of energy erupted, piercing and completely destroying the enemy. Blinding light engulfed Shizuya as he shielded his face from the pressure of the explosion. The dust cleared. Shizuya stood tall, confidently remarking, "This was easier than in the game." He looked at the collapsing giant corpse, wondering, or maybe I've just become stronger than I was in the game. As the pilot inside fell out, Hosoda and Meiji witnessed the scene. They couldn't hide their shock. He defeated it, all by himself. Shizuya stood on the machine's wreckage. Meiji waved happily. "Great job, Shizuya!" He knelt down to collect the loot. The system notification announced, "Unlocked golem skill." He felt disappointed. Now for the loot, just a golem skill. Huh! Seeing his strange reaction, Hosoda asked blankly, "William, what the hell is he doing?" Meiji shouted anxiously. "Shizuya, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Come back here." Shizuya replied calmly, "I'm just collecting the items that dropped from the disturber." Holding the item, he thought regretfully, "Can't Mozzie and the others use this?" At this moment, the team regrouped. Hosoda helped the injured female teammate. Everyone was stunned by the power they had just witnessed. "What was that?" William ordered Meiji and Saito, "Go talk to Kakisubata." Meiji nodded, understood. In a hidden corner of the ruins, Shizuya asked Meiji, "Why are you sneaking around?" Magi sighed and began to tell the story. "It's a long one. The power of All-Kipper doesn't awaken randomly." He sat down on a crate, reminiscing about the past. It all started on the day the darkness invaded. Magi revealed the earth-shattering secret after the invasion. The Sim Corporation realized there was a deep connection between the darkness and Azerland. To study the darkness in more detail, they launched Project Prometheus. In cooperation with the military, the Sim Corporation studied living shadows. By transplanting shadow circuits, humans could gain power like the darkness. But the plan didn't go smoothly. Everyone who was transplanted died within 24 hours. They improved the transplantation method and succeeded in transplanting it into animals with high recovery abilities like whales, armadillos, and turtles. Finally, they succeeded with a Galapagos turtle. Then they implanted a stable circuit into a human. Humanity calls this turtle Priest. Meiji pointed to his own chest, explaining, "But those circuits obtained this way all have flaws unlike the one you possess." Shizuya mused, thinking, "It's been 2 weeks since Azrael materialized. Even with 2 weeks of overwriting, that's only a total of 1 month. Could the Sim Corporation really have achieved all of this in such a short time?" Meiji leaned against the wall with a faint smile. "I don't know either. Well, in this world, even being exploited by the Sim Corporation is a stroke of luck. There's no way I could have uncovered the truth otherwise." Meiji asks curiously, "Shizuya, just how far can you go with your circuit?" Shizuya lies. "All I can do is absorb dropped items." He thinks to himself. "I can't tell Meiji-san about the omniscience." Meiji nods. "I see, is that so? You really are something special. Our gear is modeled after the games created by the Sim Corporation, but we can't integrate it into our circuits like you do. It's more like an accessory." Shizuya looks at his mechanical arm. "I suppose that's true. The fusion makes you stronger, but it comes at a price. Just like in the game, it can be tracked by the previous owner for 7 days. Meiji rubs his chin, thinking, headshot, tracking, grudge. That's probably one of the reasons you joined the Sim Corporation, isn't it? Yeah, I help them with missions. In return, they give me a peaceful life. A fair trade. Right, Meiji continues. Following the Sim Corporation, that's the reason the shadows can mimic the game mechanics so well. It definitely has something to do with the unauthorized use of the Red Sun Corporation's game data. But with the internet shut down globally, William himself had to come to Red Sun to find the answer. Shizuya continues. Right. Red Sun, the ones managing that massive amount of game data, must have leaked it somehow. The Shadow's goal is to target Red Sun and bury the truth forever. Meiji turns around and starts walking. Let's head back. Shizuya calls out to him. Meiji-san, just tell me one more thing. What is it? Shizuya stares at the back of the Sim Corporation captain. Is it worth it for me to entrust you with my life? Meiji laughs heartily. Ha ha ha, maybe this is just my true self. He smiles kindly, hand resting on the drive wheel on his back. In the game, I became famous because of you guys, but in real life, I'm just an office worker. Even so, the Sim Corporation is every working man's dream. Scene shift, the group gathers. Hosoda sits on the ground, grumbling, You finally awake. You piece of trash, what the hell? Meiji shouts, cutting the red-haired guy off. Shut up! You already humiliated yourself during the mission, and now you want to humiliate yourself even more. William is on a call, suddenly raises a hand to signal silence, then speaks into the phone. Yes, thank you for waiting. Yes, this is William. He turns his back and walks away, continuing the call. Yes, understood. William's face reveals a sinister expression. Please rest assured everything is proceeding smoothly. We will complete the offering before reaching the Elder. An image of the towering Red Sun Corporation building appears through binoculars. Shizuya sits and observes with the binoculars. William stands behind him and asks, Kakisubata, how's the situation? Shizuya replies, Behind the window. There are shadows nearby. Shizuya lowers the binoculars and analyzes. I've scanned the area, but I haven't found any traces. People pass by occasionally. They probably turned off the lights to make it look like there's no one there. William is satisfied and confirms, So you mean there's no immediate danger? The group stands before the entrance. William orders, All right, let's head into Red Sun. You got it. Inside the building, a hand rests on the glass looking down at the people below. A mysterious woman holding binoculars smirks. Hey, looks like a mouse has snuck in. The sign inside the Red Sun building appears under the dim lights. Standing in the dark, massive lobby, William remarks, The interior has been modified into 2 paths. Looking down from above, William divides the squad. Saito, take Hosoda and Shimoda to the left. The rest of you come with me to the right. The Red Sun building has 40 floors. We'll report the situation every 5 floors. We'll regroup on the top floor. Is that clear? Meiji replies, Clear. Meiji's team moves through the dark hallway. An electronic board displays the room numbers. Meiji reports, We've reached the 5th floor. Nothing unusual. They continue searching. The floor numbers flash by quickly. F10, F15, F20. Meiji holds the radio reporting, We've reached the 20th floor, still completely empty. They continue upward. Hosoda walks behind, puts a hand on Meiji's drive wheel and calls out in an annoyed tone, Hey, Captain! He stretches lazily and complains, We've been investigating for over an hour now. Do we really need to take this so seriously? Why not just head straight to the top floor? Meiji turns back with a stern, irritated expression. Fine. Then why don't you tell the boss that every floor below the top is clean? I don't want to lie about that. Suddenly, Hosoda's face pales, stuttering in terror as he looks forward. What? Hosoda's eyes are bloodshot with intense anger. He glares forward. He snaps, pointing a finger straight at Meiji's face. Trying to use the boss to threaten me again, huh? Suddenly, a machine right next to them sparks, zapping, blinding Meiji. Startled, he shouts, Hosoda! While the red-haired guy turns around confused. What's that sound, electricity? Meiji's expression shifts, sweat pouring down as he realizes the imminent danger. A jamming device. Why now? Damn it, it's a trap at the same time. At the floor sign for the 26th floor F26 in another area of the building, Shizuya gently touches his earpiece, which is losing signal, and whispers in a serious voice, signaling the group, Wait! The whole group immediately stops in the dark hallway. William frowns, turns back and asks, What's wrong, Shizuya? He cautiously replies, I heard a noise in the room next door. The 2 soldiers with him look at each other confused. One says, You heard something, I didn't hear anything at all. The other shrugs in agreement, me neither, ignoring their skepticism. Shizuya resolutely walks toward the wall. I'm sure it was Meiji-san's voice. He brings his hand to his chin, thoughtful, piecing the space together. It's not very far. It makes perfect sense that we can hear him from here. Placing his hand on the wall and tapping lightly. Shizuya turned back to report to William that the wall was quite thin, almost like a construction error. Shizuya's gaze sharpened with suspicion, continuing his analysis. He wondered, is that really all there is to it? It should have been built much more solidly than this. You looked up at the ceiling, exposing the irregularity in what should be a normal office building. Ceilings are usually 3 meters high, but here, it's only about 2.5 meters in total. Recalling the walk up the stairs, he added with certainty, but the emergency stairwell on every floor should have been 3 meters high up to the ceiling. William smiled and spread his hands, fully grasping Shizuya's meaning. So, are you saying there's a hidden space here? Shizuya nodded exactly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, William's face grew tense. He urged his assistant to contact Saito immediately while the assistant broke out into a cold sweat. Confused, looking at the radio emitting a harsh, screeching static, there was no signal. His intuition warned him of bad omens. William waved his hand and shouted, ordering, "Damn it, everyone, fall back!" But it was too late. The floor beneath them suddenly cracked and collapsed entirely. As William flailed, falling freely, he thought, damn it, it really was a trap. From the ceiling, a strange device was dropped. Amidst the thick dust of the collapsed floor, white gas poured out from the device. Shizuya hurriedly covered his mouth, coughing violently. Anesthetic gas, cough, cough. The toxic gas quickly seeped into their systems. His vision blurred and Shizuya's eyelids grew heavy before he passed out. Damn it! The whole group collapsed, lying scattered across the floor. From within the smoke, a woman in high heels walked forward, coldly ordering, "Round them all up." When he regained consciousness, a blinding surgical light shone directly into his face. Shizuya heard a feminine voice say, "You're awake." Shizuya realized he was tied tightly to a chair. The female vice president, Ayakawa, leaned against the table, shining the light intensely while interrogating him. "Whose pawn are you? Why did you come here?" Even as a prisoner, Shizuya maintained a terrifyingly calm, cold, and mocking expression. Is this how you people show your hospitality? Ayakawa sneered, leaning her hands on the table and looming over him provocatively. Is that so? She slowly circled behind Shizuya, continuing to pressure him. Is that not good enough? Then how do you explain your right arm? Her face twisted into a fierce, threatening roar. Don't you dare look down on me, we have connections to the shadows too. Suddenly the doorknob clicked, followed by a sharp command from a man outside. Stand down, Vice President Ayakawa. You have detained William, the heir to the Sim Corporation, our former sponsor. The others are his subordinates. Ayakawa froze and turned around, refusing to believe her ears. Are you joking with me, sir? The red-haired woman in the purple suit smirked with contempt as she looked at the bound Shizuya. You people can't even protect your own company, yet you think you have the time to worry about a puny company like ours. Or is the young master here for some reason he can't speak of? An older man in a suit angrily pointed a finger directly at her. That's enough. Whatever the Sim Corporation may be doing, it is no excuse for you to behave like this. Ayakawa squinted and snapped back. What did you say? She huffed, spun on her heel, and marched towards the door where the guards were leaving behind a threat. You will regret this. The man watched her back and let out a heavy, weary sigh. As the guard stepped forward to untie him, Shizuya calculated silently. This man is Genuza, the president of Ritsune. Since he is on our side, this ambush must have been Ayakawa's unilateral decision. Genuza asked in a deep voice. Was there anything suspicious about the plan we discussed? Then he turned to order the guards. All of you get out. I need to speak with William in private. The guards replied in unison, understood, and stepped out into the hallway. Shizuya looked around. Was Ritsune really this badly damaged? It seems that since the shadows appeared, those with evil intentions have started causing chaos. Running into the guard from before, Shizuya patted his shoulder. Thanks for untying me earlier. The guard waved him off. It's nothing big. Shizuya seized the opportunity to ask, by the way, I'm looking for a friend in the game. Can you check their player data for me? The guard nodded. Sure. Just give me the name and I can find them, Shizuya said immediately. Hitokan Hitomi and... But before he could finish, the guard's expression shifted into pure terror. He turned and ran. He bolted down the hallway, frantically shouting, No, no way! I can't look them up, I can't... Shizuya stood there bewildered. Huh, seeing that he reached out to chase after him. Hey, wait a second. But from the doorway, Vice President Ayakawa stepped out again, smirking. Is the name Hitokan Hitomi some kind of taboo? What do you intend to do when you find information about Hitomi? Shizuya maintained his calm, cold expression and replied, I just want to check on the safety of a friend in the game. That is the reason I went through the trouble of coming all the way to Umishiro. Ayakawa was slightly surprised, then broke into a mocking smile. Wait, you're Shizuya Kakisubata. I can't believe you came to Umishiro risking your life just for her. Do you know who I am? She handed him a key card. Use the private elevator and go to the 3rd floor. She is there. Shizuya took the card, suspiciously asking, At Ritsune. She's actually here. She waved her hand dismissively. If you're curious, go ask her yourself. A ding echoed as the elevator began moving down from the 37th floor. Standing alone in the elevator, Shizuya stared at the floor, his mind filled with caution. What are the odds of this happening? There's no way. Are they plotting something else? Better safe than sorry. Recalling the images of that girl, he muttered to himself. Come to think of it, in the guild, the person with the most drastic difference in appearance between real life and the game is Hitomi. Walking up to the room, Shizuya raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock. He prayed silently. Are you in there? Please let her be there. The door opened. A woman in a wheelchair turned around, surprised. Shizuya, seeing her. Shizuya was stunned. Hitomi. She gently tucked her hair back. Smiling softly, she welcomed him. It's been a while since our last offline meeting, hasn't it? How have you been lately? She rolled her wheelchair back, inviting him into the large, luxurious room. Come in. Do you want anything to drink, the usual? Shizuya stepped inside and replied softly, Yeah, give me some tea. Just as she poured hot tea from the porcelain pot, Hitomi asked, Did my father bring you here? Taking a sip of hot tea. Shizuya mused and replied, It was Ayakawa, and as for your father, Hitomi lowered her eyes. Mr. Genuza. Noticing her hesitation, Shizuya spoke up. It seems this is a topic you don't want to talk about much. Hitomi held the teacup in her hand. She rolled her wheelchair back, gesturing for him to enter the grand, luxurious room. Come in. And would you like something to drink, the usual? Shizuya walked in and softly replied, Sure, I'll take some tea. As she poured the hot tea from a porcelain pot, Hitomi asked. Did my father bring you here? Taking a sip of hot tea. Shizuya contemplated his answer. Huakawa, that's my dad. But your dad is... Hitomi lowered her gaze. Ginza noticed her hesitation and Shizuya spoke up. It seems like this is a subject you don't want to talk about much. Hitomi gripped her teacup. Her voice held a hint of sadness. It's okay that all happened a long time ago. I've started learning to accept it, she said, drifting back into the past. Back then I wasn't feminine at all. I was just a wild tomboy obsessed with boxing. My mother hated that side of me. She was always buying me cute stuffed animals, trying to make me more ladylike. My dad supported my interests, but it made them fight constantly. Her memories shifted to the image of her lying in a hospital bed. Dad had secretly paid for my boxing lessons, but that was what led to me being paralyzed. I'd never be able to walk again. The image of her parents, arguing violently outside her hospital room, flashed before her. I didn't even know why I was still alive. My parents had a massive explosive fight over it, and they never made up. Hitomi's eyes darkened as she continued the tragedy. After that, my mother couldn't handle the pressure anymore, and she chose to end her own life. I changed my last name because of the guilt, but Dad didn't say a word. Honestly, no one deserved the blame, yet everything ended so tragically. She recalled the time she started gaming. I chose the butler class in Azurland and got lost in how real it felt, as if I were actually living inside the game. But when my father found out, he didn't hesitate to buy Red Sun just to take control of the game at the time. This news had sent shockwaves everywhere. Hitomi looked up, her expression strained. That was 1 year before Dad brought me here. He told me my legs could be healed. Since then, I've basically been a prisoner here. I haven't stepped outside even once. Shaking off the sadness, she smiled brightly at Shizuya. You're the first person to ever come visit me. Listening to her story, Shizuya felt a pang of sympathy. So this was the past Hitomi had been hiding. On top of that, there was the matter of the Bloom Tower. The image of William's team kicking down the door and crushing the guards flashed in his mind. Shizuya deduced, so the tight security here is all to protect Hitomi. He took a sip of tea, connecting the dots. So Ginza is the boss of the Bloom Tower and the Thunder God Jaizen, but how? How on earth could a billionaire CEO pull off something so insane? Wait a minute, 1 year ago. He set his teacup down hard, a terrifying thought striking him. The image of the giant Thunder God statue appeared behind him. Don't tell me. Ginza has been preparing for the shadow invasion for a whole year. Meanwhile, memories of the Bloom Tower's lore in Azurland rushed back to him. A dungeon existing within Azurland, the epic-level battlefield, the Bloom Tower. A voice narrated, introducing the final boss of this place, the lightning demon King Hampa. I was originally a merchant from the kingdom of Naros with ambitions to amass more wealth to please the nobility. He used his own body to do it. He not only gained information about trade routes, but also connections and resources. His business grew stronger, but he neglected his family. He only realized this when his daughter fell ill with cancer. Because he hadn't noticed the small changes in his daughter, everything became irreversible. As an atonement, he studied magic to make her happy, and hired a mage as his master. However, that mage was a demon from the demon gate she had opened. Under the guidance of that mage, a vast number of demons appeared. After destroying the kingdom of Naros, the entire continent was occupied. Returning to reality, Shizuya told Hitomi his hypothesis. Based on my deduction, the final boss of the shadows isn't necessarily just from the upper class of humanity. Considering Kaito Ginza's psychological state, the Azurland agency is the next target. He looked straight into Hitomi's eyes, his tone grave. Hitomi, your father is in danger. At that exact moment, a deafening alarm siren blared throughout the building. Outside, a chaotic battle erupted as the shadows launched a fierce attack. A robot unleashed a lightning punch, knocking back the monsters. Shizuya acted immediately, grabbing the handles of Hitomi's wheelchair. The shadows, we have to run now. At the same time, in the chairman's office, a cigarette burned low. Ginza sat across from William, the blonde man in the white suit. William spoke first. Ginza-san, I've brought the circuit. You need to keep your promise. Ginza replied nonchalantly. You think you can obtain all the data from Azurland and Red Sun with just one circuit? William insisted. The circuit graft and physical rehabilitation through its effects are the only way to heal your daughter's legs. Isn't that worth it? Ginza took a drag of his cigarette, his voice deep. William, you should know that Red Sun is everything I've built over the past 25 years. He pointed out the window. Where the attack is happening, my employees, people I cherish like precious gems, are being attacked by the shadows. William quickly denied it. What do you mean I only came to negotiate? And I have nothing to do with any attack. Ginza stood up, leaning his hands on the desk. Red Sun, what value would it have without its employees? The next morning, William stood up holding his briefcase and issued an ultimatum. This is your last chance to sell Red Sun. This is a warning. Ginza stared intensely at William and asked a sharp question. Why are you trying so hard to buy a dying Red Sun when you know it will soon lose all its value? William turned his back toward the door and said arrogantly, If you don't want to cooperate, you can disappear along with your company. Struggle if you want. But just as William's hand touched the doorknob, he froze in horror. A giant mechanical arm appeared from out of nowhere, grabbed him firmly, and hoisted him into the air. William exclaimed in a panic, Genoza, what are you planning to do? Genoza knelt beside the briefcase and said coldly, You still don't fully understand me. I never engage in deals that aren't profitable, he said, rising while carrying the briefcase and standing on a glowing blue energy circle beneath his feet. Looking down at the restrained William with an authoritative voice, he said, Keep struggling, William. A dry grinding sound echoed as the blue energy circle locked, tightened by a mechanical arm. William gritted his teeth and roared, Damn it, we're trapped! He shouted for his henchman, Saito Roland! Hearing the call, the two men in suits, William's subordinates, immediately smashed through the door. The three of them coordinated their attack, quickly shattering the mechanical arm holding William. It burst into pieces on the floor. The older man looked around and asked, Where did Genoza go? William clenched his fist, his eyes burning with hatred. Go find him. I'll hunt him down, they said as they hurried away. Roland asked, Should we save the Richson employees? William replied coldly, Forget them. It was Genoza who abandoned his own employees first. Meanwhile, in another hallway, the guards were panicking and shoving each other in front of the elevator. One yelled, Hey, don't push! People cheered as the elevator arrived, but as the doors slowly opened, there wasn't an escape inside, only a dark humanoid monster robot. It swung its arm at the terrified soldiers, firing a blast of extremely powerful magic. A mana cannon instantly swept across the hallway amidst the chaos. Shizuya appeared with Hitomi, his hands wrapped in blue energy, reassuring everyone, It's okay. Follow me. We'll get you all out. The security staff looked at him in panic and despair. How are we supposed to deal with this many of them? Where is Ginoza-san? Don't tell me he escaped on his own. Shizuya immediately pulled out his radio to contact the only person who could help right now. William, where are you? I need reinforcements to evacuate the employees. In another area, William was running. He replied into the radio, Genoza abandoned his own employees. We have no obligation to save them. William ordered firmly into the radio. Just protect yourselves. See you at the parking garage. Hearing the order to be abandoned, one soldier shouted in anger, Genoza, you bastard! You're even abandoning your own daughter! The soldier, losing his mind, lunged toward the terrified Hitomi, screaming, If I can't escape, I'll drag your daughter down with me. Hitomi hurriedly promised, Wait, I'll get everyone out safely. Shizuya made a final offer over the radio, while William smirked smugly. William, give me a hand, we can negotiate the terms. I never thought I'd see the day you'd have to ask me for help. The scene shifted to Aikawa's office. Genoza walked in and said, Aikawa, I got the circuit. What about you? Aikawa sat in front of the computer screen and calmly replied, Your judgment was right. When I hacked into the Sim Corporation's data, I discovered that their acquisition of Red Sun was just a scam. They only wanted the data. Genoza asked, Just as predicted, what do you intend to do with that data? Aikawa explained the enemy's plot. Enhancing the circuits. The dark circuits are very similar to the combat systems of the characters in the game. Azerland, which Sim Corporation plans to use to install game account data into the circuits to transfer the character's power. Genoza was shocked. By grafting game data containing the power of top-tier accounts into the real world. For real. Aikawa stood up, folded her arms, and confirmed, looking at the test data, they seem to constantly fail due to a lack of data. That is why they are targeting us. Genoza gritted his teeth, realizing the whole truth. So this is William's real goal if they get the power of those top-tier accounts in this situation. Sim Corporation will control the entire world. But then he broke into a relieved smile. Good. Now Hitomi and everyone at Richson can be saved. Aikawa glanced at Genoza, probing, You've got both the circuit and the data at the same time, but what do you intend to do next? Genoza declared his plan firmly. Naturally, first I will attach the circuit to Hitomi and install the data. After that, I'll have Hitomi get us out. Now no one will ever be able to touch Hitomi again. Genoza handed the briefcase to Aikawa and urged, Come on, let's go. But she froze. Wait, I'm going to check the circuit. Seeing her hesitation, he frowned suspiciously. Are you doubting that William brought a fake? Replying to that question was only a demonic, mysterious smirk on her face. A clicking sound echoed as she locked the door. Genoza stood stunned, turning back to look at her back full of caution. He shouted angrily as he realized the abnormality. "Aikawa, what are you plotting?" She turned back, her face revealing greed and envy. "After all the trouble I've been through, why should your incompetent daughter be the one to reap the benefits?" Meanwhile, outside in the hallway, the blue robot soldiers started being hit by blue energy beams. A silver-bearded man held a gun and commanded the troops, "The elevator is too dangerous. Everyone take the stairs. Stick with me. We will escape through the parking garage." The security guards were panicking but still nodded in obedience. "Yes." From inside the observation room, William stood with his arms crossed, coldly monitoring the screen showing the chaotic scene. He turned to Shizuya's group and said, "I've kept my promise, now it's your turn." Hitomi rolled her wheelchair forward to lead the way. "I will take you to the secret room." William followed behind. "I'm curious," he asked. "Aren't you curious why I want to go to the secret room?" "It's a matter concerning your father." The small girl in this wheelchair stares ahead, her back radiating a cold, ruthless indifference. "Everything you do, Dad, has nothing to do with me," she says, returning to the chairman's office. Ginza roars, barking out a command. "Aikawa, give that device back." "That's an order," she mocks, clutching the device necklace in her hand, her voice dripping with irony. "In this situation, do you still think I'm your subordinate?" She frantically activates the device on herself, screaming as she cranks up the power settings. "I can become a keeper." But the system screen immediately flashes red, reporting, "Installation failed. Database not found." Aikawa's eyes widen, her voice cracking into a desperate, furious shriek. "Why?" Ginza calmly holds up a small USB drive, explaining, "There's nothing left in there. I already extracted all the data beforehand." She freezes, the truth hitting her like a physical blow. You've been wary of me all these years." Ginza eyes her with pure contempt. "You betrayed me too, so I guess we're even, aren't we?" With that, he snatches the gun from his hip, but Aikawa is faster. She fires back, spitting, "You coward," forcing Ginza to dive behind a shattered glass partition just as two massive shadow knights suddenly loom behind her. Ginza points his gun forward, shouting, "Aikawa, are you even in your right mind?" Ignoring his warning, she sprawls across the broken glass, aiming her weapon with arrogant defiance. "Do you really think you can survive this?" A massive explosion rocks the room. Dust clouds fill the air, and Aikawa watches with murderous intent, waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, the Shadow Knight swings its energy blade, a lethal strike cutting down toward where they stand. A beam of green energy tears through the air, hitting Aikawa and sending her reeling in horror. Ginza scrambles back to avoid the flying debris. Desperate, he raises his gun and fires repeatedly at the monster charging toward him. Bang, bang, but the bullets just bounce off its heavy armor, useless. The knight smashes through the glass doors, storming straight in. Ginza collapses to the floor, his face drained of all color, stammering, "Stay! Stay back!" Suddenly, one of the giant knights stops frozen dead in its tracks right before him. Another knight standing beside it also goes motionless, surrounding him. They form a strange protective circle. Ginza looks up at them, completely bewildered. What are you doing?" The two knights suddenly nod to each other as if they've received new orders. Just then, an archer raises its bow, a brilliant light gathering at the tip. It fires straight at the ceiling, and a blinding explosion erupts from above. Shizuya rushes to get everyone to safety while Hitomi gasps, "A light arrow," looking up at the massive hole blasted through the ceiling. Shizuya spots the target and yells, "Over here!" Instantly, the giant blue-armored knight swings its sharp shield down at Ginza's position, sending him stumbling in a panic. As he falls backward, Ginza frantically fires his gun into the air to defend himself, but the tiny bullets bounce harmlessly off the solid armor. The monster coldly raises its energy weapon, preparing the finishing blow. In the face of death, a tear of regret rolls down Ginza's cheek. He thinks of his daughter, Hitomi. "I'm sorry. I'm going ahead of you." Just then, a radiant stream of mana slams down, knocking the giant's sword aside. Ginza clutches his head, desperate, waiting for the end. The system scan suddenly displays the enemies. Elite Shadow Soldier level 28, and Elite Shadow Archer level 30. Without a second's hesitation, Shizuya and Old Man Meiji channel green energy. They charge into battle to save him. Shizuya dashes forward, lightning crackling on his hand, shouting, "Uncle Meiji, I'll draw the tank's attention. You take out the archer." I immediately replies, "You got it." Old Man Meiji roars, channeling magic through both hands to summon glowing light chains, seizing the moment the giant knight is bound tight by the magical rings. Shizuya zips past the archer with terrifying speed. He leaps into the air, his glowing green sword elongating into a sharp blade, tearing one of them in half. A voice calls out, "Shizuya!" but his eyes remain cold, focused entirely on his attack. Meanwhile, Meiji is struggling, using a shield to block endless strikes from the beast. Seeing the situation turn tense, Shizuya immediately launches himself with the Leon/skill, swinging his sword in a lethal blow that pierces straight through the giant knight's chest plate. The enemy collapses motionless. Meiji stands safely within his magical barrier and turns to ask, "Is everyone okay?" He dispels the barrier, stroking his chin with a confident grin. "This is nothing compared to the game." The dust settles, revealing Ginza sitting on the floor looking completely dazed. A cold voice echoes through the room. "So you're still here?" William enters the ruined room with Hitomi's group. Ginza looks up, stunned. "William, why are you here?" Suddenly spotting his daughter. The weary look on Ginza's face melts away, replaced by overwhelming joy. Ignoring his injuries, he crawls toward Hitomi's wheelchair. He holds out the device hopefully. "Look at this. I got the data, Dad. You'll be able to walk again." Seeing this, Shizuya frowns and asks quietly, "Should we take it back?" But Meiji gently shakes his head. "No, just let him lower his guard for now. There will be plenty of other chances later." Contrary to her father's expectations, Hitomi's face remained cold and expressionless as she spoke bluntly. "Use it yourself." The words cut through Janusa like a knife, and he clung tightly to the floor. With a look of desperate pleading, he begged, "Hitomi, give your father a chance." But she snapped at him, tears of choked-up anger streaming down her face. "Do you think doing this will make me forgive you? Mom can never come back." Shizuya's gaze softened with pity. He spoke up. "Are you still unable to break free from that curse?" As Hitomi turned away, struggling to answer, "It's okay. That's all in the past, and I've already accepted it." The heavy silence was suddenly shattered by a thunderous boom and a panicked voice. Coming over the radio, "Boss, a massive horde of shadows is attacking the parking garage. We need reinforcements. It's critical." William frowned, tensing up as he immediately grabbed the radio to bark out orders. "Hold your ground, I'm coming." William turned his back coldly and walked away with his team, leaving Janusa kneeling on the ground, leaving behind only a curt, "We'll talk about this another time." But Janusa reached out, desperately pleading, "Wait!" His face was etched with urgency as he tried to cling to one last sliver of hope. "I know a shortcut to the basement parking level." Suddenly, a ground-shaking explosion roared, blasting debris everywhere and crumpling the front of a car in the underground parking lot amidst a cloud of thick, choking smoke. The security guards fled in a blind panic. One looked back and screamed in terror as he saw death closing in. Seeing this, a warrior swung his sword and shouted, "Everyone stay calm! Stop running around like headless chickens!" Instantly, a surge of magic flared as someone unleashed a fireball, sending it streaking straight towards the enemy. Shizuya looked up, a confident smirk on his face. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." Meanwhile, in a safe location, someone's hand held a tablet displaying a map with Exit A marked with a red X. "Analysis Exit A is no longer usable." William grabbed the tablet, his expression calm as he gave instructions. "Kakisubata Saito, take a few men and stay back to hold off the shadows. Roland, you and I will take the others. And retreat through Exit B." Upon receiving the order, the old man Meiji immediately spread his arms wide, unleashing a golden defensive barrier, the Sanctuary Shield, to block an incoming strike. As he responded, "Understood." A soldier came sprinting from the front, reporting with absolute despair, "Exit B has been completely blocked off by the shadows, too." No sooner had the report finished than a sharp green energy beam tore through the air, piercing the soldier's chest. He spat blood and let out a tragic cry, looking at the fallen body and the silhouette of the monsters looming in from the main entrance. William frowned and muttered, "Why are the shadows heading this way?" The radar screen flickered as black dots surrounded a single red target in the center. He tensed, guessing, could they have discovered the stolen data? "Don't let the enemy get close," Shizuya roared, exerting all his strength to launch a massive pillar of fire that incinerated the monsters blocking their path. He narrowed his cold, sharp eyes. I immediately realized the problem and looked back to warn, the shadows were drawn here by the light arrow. Hearing this, William smirked, a flash of cunning calculation in his eyes. "Just as I thought. Their target is Janusa." But then his expression hardened, veins bulging in anger as he shouted, "What the hell is our defense team doing? Why would you let the shadows slip through so easily?" At that moment, the tense meeting appeared on the big screen in front of William as he loudly interrogated the bigwigs. "We already divided the tasks clearly, didn't we? Rixon Tower is your responsibility, isn't it?" Sipping from a steaming cup of coffee, the bearded man in sunglasses responded to the questioning with complete indifference. "And if you keep acting so sneaky, there's nothing we can do from our side either." He pressed both hands on the table, his voice deepening with authoritative warning. "Stop using the military as your own personal mercenary force. Back in reality. Down in the basement." William gritted his teeth in frustration, slamming his hand against the railing. As his subordinate called out to him, he cursed under his breath, "Those damn rats!" They definitely planned this from the start. The cold voice of the bearded man from the earlier call echoed in his ears. Sad news. A massive number of shadows is gathering at Richson Tower to protect Kaizo. We will conduct a carpet bombing of that area in 120 minutes. Please evacuate. Stay safe. Pushed into a corner, his assistant Roland clenched his fists and shouted angrily at the man on the screen. Do you intend to just abandon everyone here? The faceless negotiator just smirked, dropping a devious bargaining chip. Well, then what would happen if I provided you with a bit more intelligence? He stood up and straightened his coat with arrogance, concluding, You're a smart one. Naturally, those who are alive are always more useful than those who are dead. Standing on the railing, looking down at the soldiers gathered and waiting for orders, William delivered the ultimatum. You have 15 minutes. Get out through exit B. We will clear the path. His eyes burning with murderous intent, he shouted the combat orders. Saito switch to defense Hosada. Protect me. Everyone else escort. Kakisubata, join the fight and charge straight for exit B. Upon receiving the Supreme Commander's order, Shizuya and all the elite members, their eyes blazing, answered in unison, Understood. Instantly, a warrior with glowing eyes lunged forward, swinging both arms to unleash a massive swirling fire tornado. It swept everything away to carve out a path of blood. The magical flames roared violently, incinerating every obstacle in their way. Standing in the middle of the sea of fire, the reddish-brown-haired warrior confidently asserted, Leave this place to me, Captain, go. Immediately, two Shadow Knights lunged with lightning speed, swinging their swords from both sides, but suddenly, another turn of events made him startle and gasp. A golden, sacred shield materialized, narrowly blocking the monster's attack. A one-eyed man grabbed him by the collar. Heroard in anger, Are you crazy? The red-haired guy, both flustered and intense, retorted, This is the first time I've ever tried to protect someone. And it's honestly so moving. Meiji gritted his teeth, scolding him. If you want to become the strongest covenant keeper, start by staying alive. Meanwhile, Shizuya raised his hand to the sky, summoning a massive bolt of blue lightning. He roared the skill name, releasing a powerful burst of energy, Courageous Strike. An info panel appeared explaining the buff skill for allies within 800 meters, plus 20% speed, 5% defense, and 5% maximum mana. Shizuya commanded, Finish this quickly, we're running out of time. Buffed, the whole team moved at blinding speed. A masked warrior replied firmly, Got it. The red-haired warrior roared with intense spirit, Then let's go all out. The masked warrior didn't hold back either, swinging his sword as he charged the enemy. Let's do this. Shizuya leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of strikes, lion slash, wiping out the monsters below. From behind, Ginza gasped in astonishment. That kid. Hitomi couldn't hide her amazement, adding, He's so strong. Ginza turned to his daughter with a gentle gaze and a soft smile. That's your friend from the game, right? He seems like a good kid. Dad will be rooting for him. Looking toward Shizuya, he made a silent resolve, Takashi, if we make it out of here alive. No matter what you do in the future, I will support you. Hitomi just bowed her head, coldly responding to her father's promise. Is that so? Observing the battle from the high floor, William's assistant marveled. He only just became a covenant keeper, and he's already coordinating this well. A true genius. William smirked, asking with an air of absolute confidence, Are you implying that I can't control him? The assistant worriedly reminded him, We still don't fully understand his neural circuits. You should be careful. But William just waved it off. Relax. I know what I'm doing. At the same time, outside the building, military helicopters arrived, the roar of their rotors filling the sky. A soldier on a chopper shouted over the radio, Wipe out all enemies, maximum firepower. Armor units focus only on creating an escape route. Don't get bogged down in a long fight. Heavy machine gun fire poured down like rain. It created countless explosions on the ground where the monsters were concentrated. Suddenly, a beam of deadly blue light gathered from below, aimed straight at the sky. The energy blast struck a helicopter. It caused a massive explosion. The pilot only had time to let out one desperate scream. The burning wreck of the helicopter crashed as a report came through the radio. Armor units will arrive in 5 minutes. The mysterious man's voice echoed through the comm screen. 5 minutes left, it all depends on you. William yelled into the radio, relaying orders to the whole team with a face tight with tension. 5 minutes, hold the front line. On the ground, a soldier was straining to parry the Dark Knight's sword. Suddenly, a massive mana sweep hit, blowing the Dark Knight far away. In the midst of the chaos, the team saw the emergency exit right in front of them. The group rushed forward, but then they realized something strange. That's weird. There's not a single monster at the exit. Did the army clear them out? But no. A massive dark silhouette stood towering in the middle of the path, blocking every escape route. A dark mage in silver armor wearing a blue cloak and holding a powerful staff stood waiting. Shizuya narrowed his eyes in caution, muttering, "A dark mage! Why is there only one?" The mage raised his staff, and a giant fireball with destructive power began to form, aimed directly at Shizuya's group. Magic flames erupted violently. A heaven-shaking explosion engulfed the area, blasting away everything in its path. Instantly sensing the danger, Shizuya roared the order. "That fireball, he's trying to burn us alive. I'll handle him. Everyone get out of here." With that, he immediately sprinted through the flames, leaving streaks of blue light. He swung his arm, firing a bolt of blue mana toward the enemy, but the mage just stood there calmly. Its body began to fade. Shizuya stiffened as the enemy vanished right in front of him. He disappeared. Suddenly, a car was thrown from the ceiling, aimed straight at his position. He dodged with lightning speed. The car exploded upon hitting the ground, creating a sea of fire. As soon as he landed safely, he immediately noticed the liquid spreading on the floor gasoline. Just as he feared, the mage reappeared, waving its hand to create another fireball, throwing it straight into the gasoline to ignite it. Shizuya realized the deadly trap. His expression became tense. "This is bad." Immediately, the whole area erupted in a terrifying explosion, swallowing everything in a sea of flames. He launched himself into the air, aiming straight for the mage. Emerging from the fire, Shizuya lunged with his energy sword, glowing brightly, roaring, "Don't even think about it!" Then he unleashed Lion Slash. The massive impact created a terrifying shockwave. It caused the entire ceiling to start collapsing. Countless pieces of concrete and steel fell like rain. Amidst the chaos, everyone ran in a panic. Ginza tried his best to push Hitomi's wheelchair. As a scream rang out its collapsing run, one final massive explosion engulfed the exit and thick smoke obscured everything. A dense screen of dust blanketed the entire area. The situation inside was unclear. Thankfully, when the smoke and dust cleared, they were already outside, greeted and urged on by a team of armed soldiers. "Many have died to save you all. Go hurry and get out of here. If the Shadow Army shows up, we won't be able to hold them back." Just then, a convoy of armored military vehicles approached, their headlights cutting through the road to signal the evacuation. Once safely seated inside, Ginusa pressed his hand against the window. He looked back in pain at his life's work sinking into smoke and fire. Richson, the city he had poured his heart and soul into building. Sitting opposite him, William sneered craftily, offering a hollow consolation. "Don't worry, as long as we still have the Sim Corporation, rebuilding Richson will be easy." Ginusa narrowed his eyes. He finally realized William's true nature. "So the one thing you couldn't give up was the data, wasn't it?" Suddenly, a massive explosion blew the armored vehicle next to them into the air. It erupted into a fierce inferno. Ginusa screamed in horror, "What?" The convoy was under heavy attack. A panicked voice crackled over the radio. "The armored vehicles are being attacked by the shadows. Everyone scatter and retreat." A deadly beam of light flashed from above, signaling that another destructive attack was about to descend. Immediately after, a golden pillar of energy from the sky crashed straight down, creating a terrifying explosion. Amidst the devastation, Shizuya crawled up from an overturned vehicle, his body aching, sweat dripping down his temple. He looked up at the night sky with a bad premonition. From the smoke and fire, a massive, imposing shadow with red hair and purple armor emerged. Shizuya gritted his teeth, identifying him, a Shadow Elder. So it had truly appeared. Despite facing such a powerful enemy, the army commander didn't flinch. He raised his hand, giving a decisive order, "Fire!" The entire squad unleashed a hail of bullets at the new enemy. Countless rounds buried themselves into the Shadow Elder, but they merely sparked and bounced off his reinforced armor. Watching from afar, Shizuya frowned, realizing the harsh truth. Bullets are useless. The Elder let out a low, guttural roar and clenched his fist. The next moment, he delivered a massive purple energy slash, sending the soldiers flying amidst tragic screams. Shizuya waved his hand, signaling the panicked soldiers. "You guys can't handle this." Immediately, the Covenanted Guardians stepped in front of the soldiers and declared in unison, "Leave it to us, from a safe location." William shouted through the communication device, ordering the team. "My Covenanted Guardians, your test has arrived." Instantly, the old man, Meiji, gathered his strength and shouted, "Mana Shield!" A brilliant golden light materialized, blocking the destructive purple energy beam that was raining down. Pushed back a few steps by the overwhelming force, he gritted his teeth and gasped, "Ugh, this power!" Meanwhile, a fire element warrior leaped into the air and roared, "Just defending won't get us anywhere." With that, he burst into flames and lunged straight at the Elder, but the enemy was prepared. He gathered purple energy into his sword to counterattack. Seeing his comrade recklessly charging in, Shizuya hurriedly stopped him, Wait, he explained the tactic in a stern voice. Do you all not understand yet? Rushing in recklessly won't help us win this fight. The female warrior in the mask turned and asked, Do you have a plan? Shizuya's gaze was fixed firmly on the monster. We just need to hold them off until everyone has safely evacuated. The female warrior responded decisively, Understood. Shizuya immediately cast Rapus Mana, firing a series of energy bolts at the enemy, shouting to draw his attention. Over here. Taking the opportunity, the masked female warrior lunged from the flank, yelling from the side. At the same time, the red-haired warrior charged head-on, provocatively shouting, Come here! Let's go! Meanwhile, another person leaped from above, unleashing a lethal strike. Take this. My holy sword, responding to that coordinated attack. The elder simply roared and swung his blade, creating a vortex of purple energy that blew everyone away. Taking advantage of that precious moment, Janusa and the group of civilians had successfully retreated. He sighed with relief. We've escaped safely. Then he turned to his daughter with a proud smile. Shizuya-kun is truly amazing. I finally understand why you're so fond of that boy. But in response, Hitomi just turned away, without a word. Returning to the battlefield. The elder paused after knocking the warriors away. He no longer pursued them, but turned his head toward the retreating group, far off on the devastated road while running. Janusa suddenly felt a killing intent, send a chill down his spine, forcing him to look back. He's looking this way. Realizing his true target was about to escape, the elder crouched and dashed forward. William, Janusa, and Hitomi screamed in panic when they saw the shadow elder aiming for, Stop him! Immediately, Shizuya dove from the air, his energy blade glowing brightly, aiming straight at the enemy. He unleashed Leon Slash with all his might. It created a blinding streak of light, colliding head-on with the elder. But the enemy simply raised his sword, easily blocking Shizuya's attack and pushing him sliding across the ground. The elder stood towering, his cold purple eyes staring fixedly at Shizuya. Unflinching Meiji, he watched from afar and shouted, He's identified Shizuya as the enemy, amidst the ruined road. The two warriors stood facing each other. A deathly silence blanketed the area before the life-or-death battle began. Shizuya looked straight at his foe. His gaze was steady, without a hint of fear. An information panel appeared, revealing the enemy's terrifying power. Shadow Elder, level 99, skill Infinite Greatsword. Shizuya thought to himself, just as the Shadow Leader predicted, a ridiculous level. He gauged his own strength. If he had to face him now, he wouldn't last even a minute. In a moment of hesitation, he wondered, should I distract him and find a way to escape? As a bolt of red lightning began to gather in his hand, he decided to attack. Using his overlift skill, he hoisted a massive block of concrete from the ground. I threw the giant concrete block at the elder with all his might, but the elder just needed one gentle swing to slice the block into two. The impact triggered an explosion, and Shizuya quickly leaped away, muttering in shock. His power and speed are on an entirely different level if I face him head-on. I won't stand a chance. The elder just tilted his head slightly as if testing his opponent's strength, then instantly lunged forward, slashing out with razor-sharp purple energy blades. Shizuya scrambled to dodge, but one slash grazed him and shattered a glass building behind him. He gasped, Damn it! The building collapsed, triggering a minor earthquake. Dust choked the air. Amidst the rubble, sharp chunks of rock hovered in midair like tiny mountains. And there stood the elder, radiating authority. From the crowd, a worried voice broke out. Meiji quickly grabbed the masked female warrior's hand, shaking his head. No, it's already too late. Another warrior gritted his teeth in hatred. I haven't even had a chance to give him a proper beating yet. Why did you have to die? Meiji commanded in a low voice, Let's go. We need to retreat before they swarm us. The boss still needs us. But another masked warrior protested, As a guardian, I can't just abandon my comrade. Meiji roared, trying to snap his comrades back to reality. And besides, we have a mission to save the survivors. He narrowed his eyes, glancing toward William and the others. It's a real shame he had a much bigger role to play. Meanwhile, the group had retreated to a safer area, though many were still huddled together. Meiji looked at William, puzzled. Boss, why are you still here? Hitomi looked around frantically, searching for a familiar figure. Where's Shizuya? Where did Shizuya go? Meiji explained with a heavy heart. He's facing the Dark Elder, so he won't be able to come back for a while. Hitomi was stunned. No way! Ginza placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, trying to reassure her. Right now, we are living in a world where death is a common occurrence. But Hitomi brushed him off. She screamed through her tears, That's a lie, there is no way Shizuya would die that easily. William suddenly spoke up, his gaze steady. Yes, I completely agree. He looked at his tablet and said firmly, We have nowhere left to run. The screen displayed countless black dots surrounding them. Is all of this the darkness? Why are they surrounding us? One asked. William replied, perhaps the Dark Elder summoned them. Meiji asked angrily, then what about the military? Don't tell me they've abandoned us. Our comrades are still here too. William explained, reinforcements are on the way, but there are too many enemies. They can't break through the perimeter. Standing amidst the ruins, Ginza whispered in despair. So, is this the end? But William suddenly suggested, there is a way. But Ginza, we need your power. Ginza was surprised yet determined. What is it? I'll do anything if it can help. William turned around, smiling enigmatically. I'm glad to hear you say that. 4. Install all the data into the circuit device and maximize the energy output. Amidst the enemy encirclement, everyone's faces showed pure despair. They muttered that there was no other hope. William looked at Ginza with a cold, calculating gaze and asked, You are willing to provide the circuit, aren't you? Hearing this, the soldiers around them immediately turned to question Ginza. So the darkness is really targeting Ginza even in this situation. You're still prioritizing your own interests. Are you planning to drag us all down to die with you? Ginza pressed his lips together, enduring the criticism from all sides. Then he looked up and roared decisively, Of course, I will provide all the data. William crossed his arms and smirked with satisfaction. I've been waiting to hear those words. But to release all that energy, we need a human pillar to receive it, Ginza asked in shock. What do you mean, a human pillar? William explained, We don't know what the effects will be once it's released. Since there are too many unknown variables in the circuit, the first person to absorb this energy might lose control, so we need a human pillar. A simulation appeared showing the extreme agony of the receiver as the massive amount of data and the circuit merged. The brain could overload and the person could die. There was no way to survive. The explanation made everyone recoil. A soldier asked, Is anyone willing to take that risk? Immediately a red-haired warrior stepped forward and raised his hand. I'll do it. No one is better suited for a suicide mission than me. Another soldier quickly tried to stop him, but he brushed it off and said, Don't be stupid as a man. How could I pass up something this cool? The masked female warrior also stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Even our daughter would want to leave. In such a stylish way, you know. The masked warrior with the large sword on his back crossed his arms and suggested, How about we decide with rock, paper, scissors, or dice? In the middle of the teams arguing, Meiji roared, Everyone shut up, I'm the captain, I'll go. But the red-haired guy still wouldn't give in, grabbing Meiji's shirt and growling, At least this once, stand back. Suddenly, Hitomi spoke up. I will do it. All eyes turned to the small girl in the wheelchair. She looked up, her gaze steady and devoid of fear. She said, I'm a useless cripple who can't walk anyway. If it works, maybe I'll be able to stand again. Suddenly, a red energy grid, a terrifying buzzing sound engulfed the entire area. The ground shook violently and massive blocks of concrete began to rise. The Shadow Elder had made his move. He raised his sword high and slammed it deep into the ground, unleashing a massive wave of purple energy that shattered everything nearby. Countless jagged shards of stone were hurled into the sky. Standing atop the ruins beneath the crescent moon, he looked like a god of death. Then he threw his head back and let out a roar that echoed throughout the night. Uoa Ginza rushed to his daughter's side, desperately trying to stop her. No! I can't let you go, sweetie. But Hitomi just looked at her father, her voice strangely calm. If even this body can be of use to someone, then that would be better. She looked straight at everyone and declared, There is no one more suitable to be the sacrifice than me. The soldiers around them could only remain silent. They were speechless at her resolve, but a voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the silence. That's wrong. Amidst the circle of soldiers, Shizuya suddenly appeared. Hitomi was the first to notice. She joyfully called his name. Shizuya, William, and Maggie turned back, breathing a sigh of relief to see him safe, even though his shirt was torn to shreds. So you're still alive? Maggie swallowed hard, her face showing clear concern for the young man. Shizuya walked forward, his face covered in bruises, but his eyes remained steady. He said, There is only one person who can save everyone. The soldiers around them started whispering, Who are you talking about? He slowly raised his robotic hand, pointed straight at the man standing there in confusion, and clearly declared, Of course it's you. Ginza-san? Ginza asked, panic-stricken, pointing at himself. Me. Shizuya continued to explain, You realized it, didn't you? That the shadows are hunting you. Ginza stuttered, trying to deny the truth. You? What nonsense are you spouting? Shizuya's words were like a spark that made the surrounding soldiers instantly realize the truth, turning to criticize Ginza. It's him. The shadows are after him. It's because of you that we're in this mess. Amidst the chaos, Shizuya raised his hand and roared, drowning out all the noise. Everyone be quiet if you don't want to die. William frowned and asked in confusion, But why Ginza? Shizuya turned to William, his eyes sharp. Have you realized that the events since the shadows arrived in this world are very similar to Azerland, right? William replied, right. An illustration appeared. The ultimate goal of players entering a dungeon is to face the dungeon's boss. William was stunned as if he had grasped the issue. So, Ginza is the boss of Kaizo. He still couldn't believe it. But he's not a government official, a soldier, or even a rich man. So why? Shizuya looked straight at Ginza, revealing the final truth. Because he has what the shadows want most, the game data. A crazy plan flashed through William's mind. So if we implant the circuit into Ginza-san and install the data, he will become the boss of this area. A thunderous, godlike figure appeared in their imagination. Forced into a corner, Ginza slumped to the ground, stammering me. His face turned pale, revealing extreme fear and confusion. Then he let out a mad laugh, clutching his head. Ha ha ha, is this what people call karma? No. Shizuya and William stepped forward, trying to calm him down. Please stay calm. The future of Kaizo depends on you. Ginza hung his head, his voice full of remorse. It's my own fault. I am definitely the one who pushed Kaizo to this point. Both were surprised by his sudden confession. Ginza began to recount. A year ago, a mysterious man had come and offered to buy the Azerland data for an unimaginable price. Honestly, I was suspicious, but the money was just too much. Shizuya frowned and asked, You sold the game data? Ginza admitted, Yes, but I didn't trust him. Therefore, I kept the most important data as a trump card and didn't hand it over. Maggie interjected, asking, What did that mysterious man look like? Ginza shook his head, his face showing helplessness. He was disguised, so I didn't know his true appearance. Ginza told himself that selling that data might have been the catalyst. For everything, I was blinded by money. If I had reported everything to the authorities from the start, this wouldn't have happened. After a moment of self-torment, he raised his head. With steady eyes, he declared, Leave it to me. I will be the sacrifice. He placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder to say goodbye. Hitomi, I might not return. Please take care of yourself. Hitomi remained silent, bowing her head without a word, seemingly suppressing her emotions. Ginza continued, his voice overflowing with love. Dad doesn't beg for forgiveness, but I want you to live. Hearing those words, Hitomi raised her face and softly replied begrudgingly, Take care. Seeing that Ginza had made up his mind, William smiled and said, Let's start. Everyone stood at the foot of the ruins, watching Ginza stand alone on the peak, preparing for the final sacrifice. The circuit device was activated, and a notification screen appeared, initiating circuit implantation. Ginza gritted his teeth, his body trembling violently as a beam of blue energy surged through him. He fell to his knees, enduring the pain as the system announced, Data installation in progress. A beep sounded and the screen displayed 2 words, complete, signaling that the data installation process had ended. Ginza sat silently atop the ruins, facing the team waiting below. Suddenly his eyes flashed with a brilliant, powerful blue light. A massive pillar of lightning slammed down from the sky onto him. Energy erupted violently, and Shizuya watched the scene in sheer astonishment. Speechless, the energy shockwave rippled outward, creating a spherical explosion. The ground shook violently, and Shizuya frantically shielded Hitomi, shouting, Everyone run, get out of here! The dust began to settle. It left behind a scene of devastation. Atop the rubble, a massive egg-shaped orb of energy was emitting a blinding blue light, encasing Januza. Hitomi burst into tears, sobbing as she called out to her father, Dad! Shizuya gazed at the energy orb, cheering in joy and amazement. It worked. He has truly become the Lightning Demon Lord. William looked up, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. You've officially etched your name into history, Januza. The egg-shaped energy orb continued to shine brilliantly, gathering terrifying power. The blue light engulfed a corner of the city, signaling the birth of a new force. From afar, a dark elder stood silent, watching the transformation. His purple eyes narrowed as if sensing a threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted toward the energy orb at a terrifying speed. Seeing the enemy charging in, the soldiers panicked and screamed, It's coming! He intends to kill us all! It's all over! William shouted, trying to steady everyone. From inside the energy orb, Januza's deep, powerful voice boomed, It's your turn now! The energy orb shattered, revealing Januza's new form, a giant god with blue skin, rippling muscles, and glowing red eyes. A warrior from the squad exclaimed, full of doubt, He looks powerful, all right. But can someone with 0 combat experience really take him down? The masked female warrior immediately retorted, Enough! What are you talking about? The Lightning Demon Lord has combat experience. The new Lightning Demon Lord gave an order, Everyone stay put. He turned to look at his daughter, his voice softening. I'm counting on you, Hitomi. Hitomi wept. Dad, she called out, stunned. She could only stare in silence at her father's magnificent silhouette standing tall between heaven and earth. Seeing the situation stabilize, William immediately commanded, "Guardians, take up defensive positions. Do not let the shadows launch a sneak attack." The whole squad answered in unison, loud and clear. Meanwhile, Shizuya quietly approached William and Hitomi, whispering, "Please keep her safe." William responded to Shizuya, "Of course, that is my intention." Suddenly, a dark elder from mid-air dove down like a purple arrow aiming straight for the lightning demon lord. His purple eyes flashed with murderous intent as the distance closed. To retaliate, the lightning demon lord swung his massive thunder hammer. It blocked the enemy's attack in a blinding blue explosion. The force of the impact created a shockwave that sent both of them flying back. The two gods faced each other in the middle of a lightning-filled night sky. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. Determination and intense killing intent flared in both their eyes. Looking up from below, Hitomi asked anxiously, "Can we win?" Shizuya turned to her with a confident smile to reassure her, "Of course we can. We've got a boss on our side." High in the sky, the lightning demon lord raised his thunder hammer, accumulating a massive amount of energy, and swung it down. It created a giant pillar of lightning that struck straight at the elder. But the enemy was no amateur. He raised his sword ready to receive the attack. His blade emitted a strange, deep blue energy, seemingly absorbing the power from the lightning demon lord's strike. He easily neutralized the lightning pillar, and then fired a beam of blue energy back at his opponent. The beam flew at terrifying speed, creating a long trail of light across the night sky. Shizuya gasped in shock, absorbing energy and using it, just as expected of a dark elder. The elder lunged with unimaginable speed, aiming straight for the lightning demon lord. The demon lord couldn't react in time, and could only stare in shock as the enemy closed in. A fatal slash tore through the demon lord's shoulder, causing him to collapse. Hitomi screamed in despair, "No!" William was also left horrified. "Isn't the lightning demon lord supposed to be incredibly strong? He's getting beaten." Shizuya explained, "He hasn't fully mastered his power yet." William asked, panicked, "What do we do now?" Shizuya could only reply helplessly, "I don't know." The elder stood there, looking down at the kneeling lightning demon lord with contempt. Blood began to pour from the demon lord's wound, and the elder raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow.